think we're live on all platforms now. I think we're all good. I think we're all good. We're going to switch your guys' view here for a second and see if it's going to... There we go. Live on all platforms, guys. Boom. Okay, and then we're gonna do.
You don't pad up in the regular season anymore, and so we've really tried to make our game safely working with the players.
This is what we're gonna do.
Very constructive.
This is what we're gonna do, guys.
We'll continue to do that. From a fan standpoint, would they rather see another regular season game versus a preseason game? I think that's probably yes.
This is what we're going to do, guys. We're going to keep track of it right here on New York Times as it keeps going, so y'all can kind of see it on the screen. I hope y'all can see that. You cannot see that. Can you see that? Yeah. We drafted a quarterback first round. Let's go. Replacement for Mahomes. I mean, we gotta get him. We gotta get him trained, right? We gotta get him trained. We gotta get him trained. He said quarterback. That's wild. That's a wild thing to say. It's a wild thing to say. Y'all want to see some mukbang today? I ordered pizza and wings, and we getting that. We getting Axe Smith first round. I hope so, man. Yeah, I hope so. I think I knew what you meant, Alex Smith. Bro, that leg is. I don't think it can play football no more. I don't think y'all can play football no more.
The issue when you come into
what do I look like? What do I look like? What do I look like, huh?
But also in the past come with a home game. The question to me is, the change by Detroit might be a little too big a step to say out of the box. The thinking that we had and discussed in March was, would you be able to limit that if you don't win your division with a 500 or better record? Then maybe you shouldn't get the home game. And so that's something that we're debating. Just to keep, we want to.
Hey, yo. That was wild. He's a good dude. He is really a good dude. He's probably like one of the nicest NFL players, like, I think I've ever, like, actually met. So. All right, so today we got some Marco's Pizza sponsored by, just kidding, Wish. But I know I've had their pizza. Their pizza's, okay. It's not like the best. But I wanted pizza and wings, and
well, we all know about
Chiefs Kingdom. Let's go, Mr. Afterthoughts. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. So I wanted to try some wings as well. What time is it? 6:21. We got 49 minutes to the draft, guys. 49 minutes. I am super hungry, so I apologize. I don't think I usually eat on stream ever, but you know what? Here we go. I know a lot of people are a ranch person. I am a blue cheese guy. Am I at the draft? No. You think we getting Peyton Manning? Yes, I hope so. Probably not. If he goes anywhere, he's probably going to the Colts. I mean, let's be real. Or maybe Denver. I don't know.
But the reality is, at the same time, tonight, you're going to see the wildest dreams.
So these don't look like the best wings, but
what is your message to those young men as they
look okay.
enter the NFL?
I am not at the draft. I am at home watching the draft by myself, getting prepped. We're going to eat some wings here and just give it a shot, see how they are. I feel really weird doing this in front of you guys. Just overall, like the first grab, not the best. They're kind of soggy.
Also a great opportunity for them. And so when they hit that stage, some of them have been dreaming about this and watching this for years. And they're now realizing that they become an NFL player. And even this morning, I don't think they realized the magnitude of that. They were excited. They're wonderful young men. I couldn't be happier about the group that's coming in. But when they hit that stage, and for me to be a part of that, it's
Not make it super weird.
This is not the class of players.
I don't want to.
It's a good class of young men.
It's already weird enough.
Mike,
But
thank you.
Not the greatest of wings, but not the worst wings I've ever had.
Tonight, we not only remember Steve McMichael, but all of us.
The draft is in Green Bay this year, I think. So I don't think it comes to Kansas City. Yes, I know. I already am.
36 years as a play-by-play commentator.
When did it come into Kansas City? 2028?
Was a play-by-play voice of Sunday Night Football for 18 years. Also worked against
Or was it last year?
the women's Final Four and so many more. We are thinking tonight of Mike's family.
Stare into the camera.
We'll be right back. We'll be back.
Been a Chiefs fan since 1988. Lived 40 minutes from Lambeau. Nice. Nice. I have also been a Chiefs fan since probably around 1988. Let's see, 1988, I was 6 years old, so yep, probably about right. Probably about right.
Grandpa earned it.
Probably about right.
USA membership is for those who serve and can be shared with their spouses, then kids, and their kids for generations to come. Start your family's legacy. USAA. See if you can become a member today.
Trains. Trains defends what isn't on the schedule.
That one was actually a little bit better than the first one.
It's the hundreds of miles of travel. Clearing the way. So you arrive exactly where you belong.
Same Brilla. From Kansas City, only know the Chiefs. Like,
Lose time.
I do like Green Bay as a franchise, though. I think they're a good franchise. You know, they've been around forever.
Lose more sweat than I knew I had.
Very historical, just like the Chiefs. You know, they're pretty historical. But Green Bay's like way. I mean, they were like one of the first NFL teams. So. What did they call it back in the day? It was NFC, National Football Conference.
So too.
Kill these people.
You can kill all those people. That's all it is.
Yo, Teresa, thank you for the heart. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
This is the story. One knows that when the big game stays away, the
A
unexpected.
heart me, actually. Okay.
Game plan, and a teammate like Ranger that she can rely on.
I don't think I can do the wings anymore.
Be confident. Always.
Average at best.
True team.
Sorry, Marcos.
Ranger.com.
Just got to be honest.
Ranger.
Just got to be honest. Okay. Alright. Alrighty. Yo, Barilla for the tiny diny. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Can be shared with their spouses.
It means a lot. I was at the Chiefs draft, Union Station. It was awesome. Nice. That was last year, right? For some reason, I thought it was next year. I'm a little behind, you know, in life and mentally sometimes. So All right, so here at Marco's, we got a ultimate pepperoni 2 years ago. I'm way behind. So this has regular pepperoni slices, and it also has shredded pepperoni. So,
My biggest frustration.
This is the Run My Own Business Street.
but right off the bat, you know, very good. The
This is the retired
toppings, you know, stay on the pizza very well. The crust has got some type of like Parmesan flakes or whatever you want to call them on there. Not bad.
because we're here to help you achieve the life.
You're unbreakables. When it rains, Marley, you stay up.
Pretty good.
So ahead.
Oh, it's got 2 different size pepperoni on there as well.
Get 1.99% APR financing for 48 months on the 2025 Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer and get a great deal.
It's not bad. I mean, can't really go wrong with a whole lot of, you know, just pepperoni pizza. Although I don't like Sarpinos. You got 2 different size pepperoni too? Nice. Like one on each end? Is that how that works? One on each end? He said something like that. All right. So, as you can see on the screen, I got the draft order up as well as having the draft in the background. I can't really show the background, but you can hear it. So, but yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. I would say probably at least one of the top 5 are picking a quarterback for sure, right? You got the Titans, the Browns, the Giants, the Patriots, and the Jaguars, top 5, right? I would assume at least one of those are going with the quarterback. And so, Titans drafting a punter. They need something. They need help all over the place. So,
storylines leading up through this entire draft process. And Peter, welcome to our team. In the meantime, our coverage will be on ESPN tonight. We also have coverage of the draft on ABC. The college team will be there, focusing primarily on the player's journey to this night. Always so unique in so many different ways. And Reese Davis leads our coverage.
29 minutes, guys. 29 minutes to the draft. No, but for real, who you guys think we're going to go offensive line? For real, offensive line or D-line? First pick. And that's going to be like way later. It's going to probably be like 10 o'clock at night before we get around to our pick. But I muted because my dogs were going crazy. Sorry.
It's going to be a mystery. We'll see if he goes tonight. We do know that, again, it's early media and the fans. The Oilers see if he gets to keep
Word.
Miami. Behind him, Travis Hunter.
There's literally nobody out there, man.
Exactly, a guy like anything seen.
Yeah, very unique college football player, Travis Hunter. You look at how many snaps this young man took on offense and on defense. You're talking about 711 snaps on offense.
All right. So, you know, it's just a pepperoni pizza, but overall, I love their crust.
The 23
Uh,
snaps on special teams. Normally, when a guy's playing that,
I mean, it's a lot of pepperoni.
you're looking to give him a break somewhere during the game, and that would be during special teams. I think it speaks volume to not only the player he is, but the person he is. He's the ultimate team player. He's one of those rare guys. He says, "I'll do anything to help my team win."
Word.
He means it. And I believe, guys, he said that if he can't play both ways, he does not want to play. I'm a guy. If I'm a coach,
Word.
I think he's earned it.
And if the Browns take him, if in fact they do, you're going to have to tell him where you got that suit.
Go Chiefs.
Now, the Giants will stay on brand. We assume that's what all the mocks say.
Sorry about that, Chiefs fan. I can't really see you guys over there on YouTube because I got the.
Player. He's a great competitor. You know, what really struck
I
me
gotta,
about
you know,
him was he got
I don't have two screens right now.
went in the locker room. Everybody thought he was going to check out on his team. What did the guy do? Come back and play like crazy in the game. He's a dog. He's
All right, so we're gonna go in for our second piece.
speed rusher. He strong arms, long arms, and he plays the run decently well. So this guy's a really, really good player. 250 pounds, runs at 4.48 or whatever the injury. Well,
250 pounds and runs a 4.48. Oh my God! Another Super Bowl run this year. Got to start the three-peat over. I agree. We're always going to be in the picture as long as, you know, we have Andy Reid and we have Patrick Mahomes. I mean, especially Patrick Mahomes. I mean, Andy Reid took us to what? The AFC Championship game with Alex Smith, but just, you know, was it? We lost that game. Yeah, we lost the championship, but at least took him there. You know what I mean? So,
Plus upgrades. Can I get a seltzer to go with this extra leg room? Hold the bubbles.
our O-line was bad. That's why I think we're going to go O-line heavy in the draft. Probably a D-line. Yeah, barely. We barely squeaked by, for sure. Yeah, there was some
Me too. Spot croquet set.
some hard, very hard fought games, and our defense have kept us in it very much so last year.
Use PayPal to buy this ticket. I'm paying it off in 4 payments. No fees, no interest.
No one else is
Pay in store, pay online.
We got two third-round picks this year, right? So I think in the first round we'll probably go offensive line. We need a new tight end. I think they already have the mindset that what's his name's going to be the replacement. I agree that we might draft a tight end, but I think it'll be like third or fourth round this year if we do. Noah Gray, yep. I think they got their mindset up that he's going to be Kelsey's replacement. And they also have that. Damn it. He came from the practice squad. He played a few games, but then he got hurt, and he played all last year until the very end. I don't remember his name.
This chicken. Just give me a bunch of chicken.
bacon.
Oh wait, there isn't too much sauce.
He's also a better blocker.
Get chips.
Guacamole.
So
Where is it?
what was his name? Foundrin or something? I don't remember that other guy's name. Anyways, but yeah, if they'll draft a tight end, they'll do it, the third round this year. But the first round, definitely we're gonna go offensive line. I think second round would be a good spot to draft. I mean, you can go, since you got 2 third-round picks, you know, you can do offensive line second round, D line second round, another offensive line third round, and then like maybe a tight end third round. You know, where you can go defensive back in the second round and do D line tight end third. Fourth, you can go another offensive line. I'm sure they'll go offensive line heavy. They'll at least spend 2 draft rounds on an offensive line, I think, in my opinion. But, you know, what do I know? I'm just armchair Andy Reid.
Whether you need your one or just want your one. This is even gold.
Upgrade your phone up to twice a year.
You like that terminology?
Plus, get a
Armchair Andy Reid.
And if you want a Rams, then you need to go to Jim Butler, Mid-Missouri's Ram Powerhouse. Jim Butler sells more Rams. You're in the reach. Meaning you'll get the biggest
Guys, we got 21 minutes. 21 minutes. I'm sorry that I'm still eating on stream, guys. I hate when other streamers do it, and literally this is my only time that I've ever done it. So I apologize. My bad. It's just, you know, unavoidable today.
Continue to count it down here in Green Bay, the shadows of Lambeau Field, where we are now, just about 20 minutes away from the commissioner.
And, you know, I wanted to try some, you know, in real life content. So I know this is like the corniest of them all, but it was also the easiest. So
every voice and sin. Please welcome Milwaukee-based choir members from the James Weldon Johnson Foundation's National Hymn Choir, directed by Ben Petrosky.
choir. Not the choir. Damn, that's a lot of people there. Oh my god. I don't know if y'all were watching it, but there's a lot of people there. It looks like it's outside in Green Bay. Here, I'm done with the food, guys. I'll put it up. It looks like it's outside in Green Bay, but there's a lot of people there. Are you ready? Green Bay! Okay. Can you all hear that okay? Do I need to turn it up some? Oh. What are we looking like over there on the other side? Would you rather have a tree grow or a neat? No, I can't say that, bro. Come on, man. Come on, man. Hello. What you doing over there, bro? That's crazy. That's crazy talk. What are we looking like over there on the? Okay. The reason I'm asking because we're gonna pregame a little bit, okay? And I'm not allowed to show it on some platform, so I gotta make sure I'm not in the camera. I'd rather have a tree grow. By the way, what was his name? Yo, Mackenzie. Yo, I appreciate it, man. I have to pass. It's over. All there is over there on Kick, huh? A bunch of bots and shit. I don't know what they're doing right now. What are they doing? Top prospects. Okay.
From the nation's capital, tonight's colors will be presented by the military district of Washington.
Colors.
Armed Forces of America.
I'm a veteran, and I should probably be more respectful when they do this. But you know what? I'm not there live, so we, you know, you got the draft on in the background. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear? Okay, Chase. They're doing colors right now. Hell yeah. Perfect. Hell yeah. Let's go. I can't really show it on TV. I wish I could. I mean, I can't show it on stream from the TV, but I wish I could. But we got live updates from the New York Times, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. Have to see how fast it is, right? And then we'll also announce it as well. You can hear it enough. I can turn it up if I need to.
At the twilight's last gleam, bright stripes and bright stars.
My bald ass head.
Whose fire, oh, the stars we want. For suddenly seen, and now it's long bird seen, gave on to the night that I fight. See the stars spangled banner.
Chiefs! You know who it is? I don't know who this is, but I need to see who my G-men get. Is that the Giants? They got number 3. Who do you think they're going to get, Chase? Who do you think they're going to get, Chase? Here, while I'm doing this, just in case. Hold on.
15 minutes away.
Schrader? Is that who you saying? Or no, Shador. I don't really keep up with a whole lot of college football. Let me turn it down while it's commercial here. I don't really keep up with a whole lot of college football. I probably need to start doing that. But I just, it's been a crazy year, and I've got a lot going on. And, who is Shadir? Shadur.
Sensitive teeth, but also
Shadur.
choice one versus the other. Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades
I don't
whiter
even
teeth
know,
as well
guys.
as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Patients are going to love to see Sensodyne on the shelf.
You know, sometimes my life can be a little crazy. That's why when you find stability, you gotta grab it, hold on to it. Like how Verizon just lets you lock in a low price for 3 years, even if you're already a customer. Is that even real? That's not just for me. And the
All right.
free phone on any plan. Who's doing that? No.
I'm gonna just scroll over here. Just a quarterback, yeah, for sure. They definitely need one. They definitely need one. Sorry, I'm gonna scoot this way for just a little bit here, guys.
This might be my best score. I think it might be. It's two.
Yeah, they definitely need to draft a quarterback because they got, Daniel Jones was kind of, hit or miss, and then just went totally downhill. Like I don't know for sure what happened to that dude, but he seemed like he was gonna be good, and then just it didn't happen.
You're not actually allowed to drink it. Since when? You gotta wait till it's done.
And they got a lot of draft picks this year, don't they? The Giants, because they got rid of that running back that went to Philly, and I feel like they have a lot of draft picks this year. Sorry, guys. I need another monitor too, so I do apologize. I'll probably be clicking back over and looking at a chat to see what's going on. But yo, I appreciate everybody being here, though. Thank you very much. You guys are fucking awesome. It's commercial right now. We got 8 minutes till the draft starts, guys. 8 freaking minutes. Who is excited? Eight minutes, 10 seconds, guys. 8 minutes, 10 seconds.
Sure. Sure. Get the man some London Sky and a decisive win with the Lowe's app. The Lowe's team, as you know, to be the best, got to train the best.
Whoop, 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 whoop. I'm here, guys. Just just in the background. I wish the old tickety talk wasn't so, stringent on showing things, but YouTube's the same way as far as copyright stuff. But TikTok their algorithm is crazy, bro. Crazy. Like I can't hardly show smoke on camera. It's crazy. It's crazy. There's a lot of people at Lambeau Field right now for the draft. I mean, that's a lot of people. That's probably the most people I've seen at a draft in 10 years or so. So what are we thinking? Tennessee going to draft or trade their first pick?
Here's the best way I can illustrate the Titans' level of conviction.
What are we thinking, fellas? What are we thinking, guys, ladies and gentlemen? Cam Ward? You really think so? We got 6 minutes, guys. 6 minutes. Oh, I better not show that on camera. Sorry, guys. My bad. I don't know if y'all saw that, but I hope not.
Call for multiple teams inquiring about the number 2 overall pick. They're expected to keep their phone lines open until they are on the clock, and then they will make a decision. Now, most people around the league expect Cleveland to stand pat and take Colorado.
Yo, welcome on in, guys. I appreciate you being here. 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes.
Players they'd be comfortable selecting Thursday night. Moving down the board slightly is not out of question.
Or we'll turn it up, so. My bad. I forgot it wasn't commercial anymore.
For the sake of a splash, they would prefer not to trade into the late first round.
Number 3 in the first round, the New York Giants are in the sweet spot.
There's your G-men.
What will they do? Will they draft a quarterback like Shedeur Sanders of Colorado?
Shedeur Sanders.
They've done more work on Shedeur Sanders than the Giants. All the
Oh, that's Deion's.
The last-minute workout. Do they pass on Sanders and take perhaps a blue-chip prospect like Abdul Carter of Penn State? And if they don't take Sanders at 3, are they willing to jump back into the bottom of the first round and take a quarterback? The target would be Jackson Dart.
In conversations with top Patriots officials, they are determined to come out of this draft with more support for quarterback Drake May. At times over the last 24 to 48 hours, they haven't been certain what the Giants are going to do right before them, so they are leaving themselves open to the possibility of a surprise. But the foundation of their plan is to build a stronger foundation.
I didn't know that's who you were talking to be. I'd be cool with that. Trade back and get Dart.
They're in need of a future franchise quarterback, but don't expect for them to reach for one with the number 9 pick. Instead, watch for the Saints to begin building a fresh defensive front that will fit new coordinator Brandon Staley's 3-4 scheme and select the best.
I mean, 3, that's a pretty good spot to be at to draft a quarterback, I feel like. I mean, you definitely have the room.
First round pick or move up in the second round. The quarterbacks.
You definitely have the room to, like, get who you want. And, Sanders' kid is fucking lighting it up in college, right? But who knows if that'll really translate into the NFL, to be honest. So we got 3 minutes, 45 seconds, guys. 3 minutes, 45 seconds. Let's go. Come on.
In this green room, all hoping to hear their names in this first round here tonight. And once they receive that life-changing phone call from their new team, players will walk this way towards this tunnel to make their way to the stage to meet with Commissioner Roger Goodell. Now, they'll walk into this hallway as college prospects. And then about 45 seconds later, they're going to walk out.
3 minutes, 10 seconds, guys.
Football players and Boise State running back Ashton Jeanty teared up when I asked him about this moment, and he said, "This will be a heartwarming walk for me because my journey to this point was not straight. Growing up as a military kid, under-recruited, overseas, but accomplishing things anyway."
Lots of people need quarterbacks, I say
going to be a really
3/4 of the NFL.
His father, Chris,
I mean, that might be over exaggerating a little bit, but at least half, right? Need quarterbacks.
in their living room at just 8 years old.
But I could be.
How about the projected first overall pick, Cam Ward, who told me he's thought about this walk, this moment, his entire life, but said he's most excited for this, to stand in front of this mirror and put on his new team's hat. And he even told me he hopes that it's a Titans hat. Now, in a room right off of this stage are 32 team hats of all different sizes. They took the players' measurements just yesterday, and every player I spoke with told me they're most excited for two things: to get their hat and for that trademark Roger Goodell hug right here on this mark. They've got over 250,000
2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes.
for the next generation starts now.
That's a lot of people. I know I keep saying that, but that's surprising how many people are there, to be honest.
Green Bay. For more than 100 years, your city has been essential to the NFL's journey.
Just what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, historical franchise, 2 minutes, guys, and counting. 1 minute and counting, guys. 1 minute and counting. The NFL draft starts now.
NFL draft presented by Courtyard by Night. You can see this place has filled up in the shadow of Lambeau Field. We have an estimated 250,000 people.
250,000 people, bro.
32 teams have their shapes completely remade.
That's 250,000 people, guys. That is crazy. I think back, if I remember right, the Chiefs had like 120, 150. So, that's a lot more, dude. That's a lot. That's a lot, bro.
Lambeau Field, the green room is
Lambeau Field.
introducing you to several of those who are here. Cam Ward, expecting to hear his name first tonight. Began his journey.
Miami quarterback Cam Ward going to the Titans.
Expected to be the first
Okay.
pick in the National Football League draft. A remarkable rise for that player who made the right decision a year ago when he almost came out. Travis Hunter, the Heisman Trophy winner, a superstar on offense, a superstar on defense. The National Football League has not seen in decades.
You think the Browns are going to pick him?
Superstar.
Travis Hunter?
Shedeur Sanders is not here tonight.
Oh, Sanders ain't there tonight. What the?
He's been the most talked about player leading up through this entire.
Oh, Deion Sanders ain't fucking. His son ain't there, and him ain't there. You think they would all be there? I don't know, bro. I'll quit talking. Probably second. You low key want him? Got you. Yeah, I think Cleveland's gonna pick him as second. I'll be quiet, guys. I won't talk that loud. I'm sorry. I'll shut the up. We are thrilled, guys. Welcome on in. I appreciate everybody being here. We're going to listen to these nerds talk, okay?
We have been talking about this on our podcast, the First Down Podcast, going all the way back to September. So many questions. What is the one you are most looking forward to hearing the answer to in the next few hours tonight?
They're not showing the time clock right now. They don't have it on the thing.
He was outstanding for
They don't have it on the screen right now.
couldn't run the football, couldn't protect him, but he was accurate, and you see he held up from a durability standpoint. Around him. I love Shedeur. Perfect fit.
What's time clock they have per pick? I think it's 10 minutes on the first round, but I'm not for sure.
but not
They don't have the clock up right now. Let's see if we can.
deep division with a
Let's see if we can find another.
Double up the Noah Baker, Michael Beck, and a dome should have been ideal. Perfect for the Orioles bench.
So many edge rushers. After Optus Carter, who's going to be the next edge rusher off the board? I think the edge rushers dominate the draft tonight.
The emergence of the conversation surrounding inside running back, that Dempsey, he's personified.
I mean, it says it's going to be a live update, but it ain't got no clock on it.
Where does Bastion go tonight? Maybe in the top 5. There's been a lot of speculation about that. Well, there is a unique tradition of riding bicycles in the city of Green Bay. Kids used to bring their bikes over and allow the players to ride in their training camp. That tradition that goes back about half a century in Green Bay. Now, a little birdie whispered in my ear, and they see that tradition reenacted tonight. As the commissioner makes his way to the stage, I see some bicycles.
They don't have the clock on here either.
The commissioner gets set to come out to the draft, and there he is.
They still don't have it on.
It was a tradition unlike any other, and they brought the phrase about 716 years, to get on riding his bicycle. With his name to the usual course of enthusiastic story of all of the fans, and there were so many others. As you see, bringing out some of the popular legends.
We might leave it on this screen. Who was on the screen? Hold on. Oh, Lil Wayne. He came in on a bicycle. Roger Goodell, Lil Wayne.
Ultimate proceedings for us here. Here, the commissioner.
I think that's Clay Matthews.
Okay.
Everybody's booing Roger Goodell. Let's go.
People said the Greenway was too small for this, with a population of 107,000. But we have over 125,000 people here and still counting. Obviously, Green Bay may be small, but it's mighty. Thank you all for welcoming us here tonight, and hope you have a great few days.
Let's go.
Over the next 3 days, we will welcome in the next generation of stars into the NFL and bring hope to every NFL team, and we may have a few surprises for you tonight. But first,
So make sure y'all share, like the like. I appreciate it, guys.
please welcome
Make sure you hit that like button. Subscribe.
Nathan Crosby, Alan Green, James Jones, and Packer superfan Lil Wayne.
They got kids up there on the stage too, but they didn't.
I'm gonna go off script here real quick, Roger, but I just got off the phone with the President Donald Trump. He asked me to pass the message along.
Oh my God.
To NFL franchises. So let me tell you what it reads here, all right?
Oh my God.
It says, "My fellow Americans, the Bears still suck."
That was good. Let's go. That was Clay Matthews saying that. That was great.
Let's go. Okay, Green Man. It's time to get the show started. Are you ready?
I'm ready. There's the time. There's the clock. Can you guys see the clock?
Is now officially open.
9 minutes. 9 minutes.
And so those are the words have been waiting since February to hear. The draft is open. The Titans are on the clock, and here are some of the options that they have.
All right, so it's going to be a little bit ahead, right? Because on TV it says 9 minutes, 26 seconds. So it looks like online is going to be a little bit ahead.
On the next slide, the two quarterbacks. Again, we expect him to go number one tonight. Is it the right decision? We'll talk about it. Shedeur Sanders. When we hear his name called.
Cam Ward, best fit. Abdul Carter, best available. Okay.
Is Ryan Shepard. He's with us all evening long. Shepard, what does everyone need to know as we get underway? Well, thanks, Brady. The Cleveland Browns, New York Giants, and New Orleans Saints all inquired about the availability of Cam Ward to the Titans. All were denied, despite the fact that the New York Giants offered their first-round pick this and next year, along with other picks. The Titans were sold on Cam Ward's workout. Their new general manager, Mike Borgatti, came from the Chiefs, where he worked with Patrick Mahomes, and Cam Ward's instincts, the way he sees and feels the field, reminded him and them of Patrick Mahomes. And so now they are poised to make Cam Ward the fourth number one overall pick to work under Titans head coach Brian Callahan, joining Peyton Manning, Matthew Stafford, Joe Burrow, and Cam Ward right there, Brady.
Okay.
All right,
Let's do some good number ones.
So Mel Kiper Jr., you and I have been talking about this on our
He's on the phone. He's on the phone.
Shedeur Sanders was your number one quarterback.
They just showed Cam Ward on the phone. What's that a sign of? Are they going to pick him?
I get it. Yorktown is undeniable. I understand it. He can be creative. He can escape. He can do things that Shedeur can't do. But if Shedeur gets an offensive line in front of the exact same thing I said about Tom Brady. He came out as a 6th round pick. And for Giovanni Carmacci from Opera went the 3rd round because he's more athletic and more talented physically, athletically. It's all happened there. When you look at Shedeur Sanders, everything you want an NFL quarterback to be, he has. Toughness in the pocket, unflappable. Final 2 minutes of the game with a precise, accurate pass, short, intermediate, deep. He does all that. He would sack a lot, right? So nothing to pull out, take faster, and then he helps the offensive line. Blown block after blown block. Full leg block after
Oh, my Lord. They're showing highlights.
They did. Guess what? The police were kind of through the roof. How many balls hit the ground? When he needed to come through his thing, he did. It's the notion that he's not that athletic is ridiculous nonsense. He can move, he can roll right, roll left, third name, he can get your first down with his legs. This kid had with the NFL what's the best conditions in the NFL. Muddy pocket, right? Pressure all the time. No running game. His leading rusher over the 2 years in Colorado averaged 350 yards for the season. That's it. That's Ashton Jitty and Amari Hampton in a game and a half. Are you kidding me? No running game, no offensive line to put up the numbers he did. He, to me, deserves things. And I think I understand.
Oh, TikTok shut down, huh?
30 pounder. You want a guy with a rocket arm. Look at 4'6" feet. It's not Shedeur Sanders. Cam Ward, stronger arm, more talent. I get it. But I'm telling you, Shedeur Sanders, old school, pocket, you can win big in this thing. It's been proven time and time again.
The 2 things that everyone points to when you're talking about quarterback play, the 2 things that everyone wants is great decision making and accuracy during the football. I know Booger, you're going to talk about these 2 things, and it's the 2 things that Shedeur Sanders has built his career on, and yet we continue to try and knock this young man down for things that really people don't hang their hat on. He has plenty of horsepower in his arm. He has plenty of mobility, as you mentioned.
Guys, welcome on in on the TikToks.
I believe the Tennessee Titans.
Welcome on in on the TikTok again. Dynasty King, welcome on in, bro. Welcome on in. Apparently my TikTok just got shut down for inactivity, even though we rolling. Let's go. Go Chiefs.
and do things that are unconventional, then
Go
you're
Chiefs.
screaming at home when you're watching
What up, man?
the TV screen, but then it turns out to be big plays.
Mine does that. Stupid.
Yes, he was one of the great football players, and he was found a way to
Stupid,
But that's what Brian Callahan's gonna have to do for Cam.
What's up, dude? We're just out here watching the draft, you know? Just chilling. We had some mukbang earlier. You know what I mean? We got a hell of people that came on through here. Like, I don't know. It was probably like 200 or 300 people in here. And then, like, you know, everybody left. So, it's okay. It's all right. No big deal. The pick is in. Who did Tennessee pick? Who? I'm pretty sure Cam Ward.
So, settle the tie here. I've got one vote for Shador, I've got one vote for Cam Ward, and if there's
Let's hear it.
who would you select?
Let's hear it.
And you can come in there so much by the wild plays, so much by the offside form throws for granted. We don't take the simple. We don't
Oblivions? I'll have to check into it. I haven't even seen it.
Stand back in the pocket and throw the football with accuracy. And it may not be the most special thing you've seen, but it's the prerequisite. It's
getting a little dark, guys.
Playing the football with accuracy, the timing, great decision.
Where's my light at?
He does all the things that quarterbacks do.
All right, so the pick is in, and again, we expect it to be Cam Ward, though we've not been officially told that as of yet, and then perhaps the fireworks begin after that. So Cam Ward, a young man who began his career at the University of the Incarnate Word, spent 2 seasons there. They went to Washington State. They made the decision to come out until last year's draft, changed his mind, and transferred to the U, and look at him now, perhaps about to hear his name called as the third pick of the 2025 National Football League draft. But we're listening to Patrick Mahomes. That's what everyone in the NFL was looking for. A young man with that sort of talent, those sorts of traits. The Tennessee Titans really quarterback badly. The commissioner, I'm told, is making his way to the stage to make the announcement of the first pick in the 2025 National Football League draft. There he is. You see him? Here comes the commission. The pick is in.
The pick is in, guys!
With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback.
Cameron Ward, guys.
As we said, he made the right call a year ago, going back to school, fourth in the Heisman voting in his one season. The U started 57 games in college, and I'm being told as he makes his way to the stage, we will watch Cam Ward make his way to the stage, but I'm being told we have major breaking news. Adam Schefter, what do we have? Well, let's leave we have the first trade of round one. The Cleveland Browns have traded out of the second overall pick. They're moving back to number 5 to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, shit.
In return, the Browns will get the number 5 overall pick, a second round pick, number 36, a fourth round pick, number 126, and the first round pick of the Jaguars in 2026.
Oh,
the
shit.
Get the number 2 pick, a fourth round pick, and a 6th round pick. The Jaguars are on the clock. The youngest general in the NFL, James Gladstone, at the age of 30,
Travis Hunter, you're going.
is taking a huge swing at the second pick, and they are targeting Travis Hunter. All right, that is a remarkable development immediately here. And so as you see Cam Ward having his moment with the commissioner, this is something that we knew would happen. We did not know we would have a trade as early as number 2. Mel, Jacksonville giving up a lot to move up here. Is Travis Hunter, if indeed that is the player, is he worth all that they are apparently up giving?
Oh my God, I can't believe they just did that, guys.
Help out Trevor Lawrence, right?
Hey, yo, thank you for all the likes, Dynasty.
He can bring you juice to an offense. He can be a playmaker. He can be a touchdown maker. They need help at corner at the need area of the Jaguars. He can be strategically working at quarterback.
They're showing,
Leighton Gates, he stayed inside in the fourth quarter. Travis Hunter, the Jacksonville Jaguars, all that Trevor, all that quarterback spot, 2 for the price of 1. Travis Hunter is, in my opinion, the best player in this draft. I don't think, when you think about what he can do, I understand it's tough in the NFL to play both ways and be very difficult. He may not be able to do it more than a year or 2.
but I think you can always work him in on the other side of the ball. He's going to be offense with Trevor, and then on defense with the quarterback spot being the neat area. He'll figure it out. He has not had the benefit in college up until this point of being able to just focus on one position. So how can you be great at one spot when you're playing both ways? You're out there all the time. Yeah, what? He's special, and for Jacksonville to give up what they did, it tells you they believed he was the #1 player in this draft. They needed him on both sides of the ball.
And Grady, we're talking about a uniform, something we've never seen before. And for them to give this up, they believe he's that. And for all this talk about can he play both sides in the NFL, think about this. The NFL game is slower. College football's a lot faster, and he did it in college football. So how come he couldn't do it in the NFL when the game is slower? There are fewer plays. We're going to major you on offense, and we'll let you play certain coverages on defense. I think he can do it. And if Jacksonville is indeed taking Travis Hunter, Liam Cohen, an offensive guy, you can best believe he's going to use him on offense to the fullest extent.
Sure, but I don't think you want to play him 120 snaps a game. Yeah, I don't think that would. I think it's going to be something like 60-40, 75-25, something like that in terms of breaking it up. Look, Deion did tell me, Deion Sanders, when I went out to Colorado, that he could start him on the offensive side of the ball.
Yo, guys, I appreciate all the likes. I really do. Thank you very much. Make sure you like, support, share it. Let's get a party going.
You hard pressed to find anybody up here to say anything different. So look, you are let's put it perfect. You're getting 2 for 1 with this guy. You're getting 2 players in one. Absolutely, you move up to get that kind of play.
Let's make sure everyone can see exactly what it is that the Jaguars have given up here. It is a significant trade. Again,
significant.
We're going to expect quite a few explosive trades early, and we get it here. And look at all that Jacksonville is giving up here. The 5th pick this year, a 2nd and a 4th, and next year's 1st-round pick. I'm curious to hear from you, Louis Riddick, as a team builder. Andrew Brown, the general manager of Cleveland, referred to Travis Hunter and compared him to Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani has revolutionized baseball as we know it. How do you feel about the Browns trading away the opportunity to select him here?
Look, they received the home. I mean, look at that on your screen.
Appreciate everybody being here. I really do. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all the likes.
I mean, that's big time.
Make sure you share. Let's get a party
started. Here's what we got, Brady. These two sides have been working on this trade for 2 weeks.
All right, the pick is in on the clock. Jacksonville Jaguars. They traded big. Oh my.
Here tonight or tomorrow, or up for 2026, but they have options. And the Jacksonville
Browns got hella picks, bro.
In the draft, they're moving up to get that type of player. A huge swing from both teams, but both sides believe it's worth it. So there's Travis Hunter there awaiting the call that we will expect to be hearing momentarily here from Jacksonville. What are your thoughts on Travis Hunter now? It would appear that it's a Jacksonville after all this time. We assumed he'd be going to Cleveland.
Oh, Brandon, I love it. I think he's the best weapon.
That
in
is
the draft.
crazy,
It's a
guys.
unicorn, something that we have not seen. You have to maximize this. Though. If Jacksonville, you're going to take Travis Hunter. You have to maximize on offense. And this is about helping Trevor Lawrence, who's underachieved so far at Jacksonville. You have to surround your quarterback with weapons. This is the ultimate weapon, the best wide receiver in the draft, maybe the best quarterback also.
And the only thing I'll say is, look, defensively, they were hard on defense. Started giving up yards for play, explosive plays. Look, if an organization needed a two-way player that fit perfectly right into what their needs are, this is the young man who is.
It's the new National Football League. This is a league where we did not used to see this sort of wheeling and dealing. This is becoming much more complicated. Young general managers in place, as was pointed out by Adam Schefter moments ago, and one of the youngest and the newest in the NFL making a dramatic move here. The pick is in. The Jaguars expected to make it here any moment. Here we'll hear from Roger Goodell.
Damn, I'm so sad that my other live
trade being made immediately.
I had gifts. I had fucking people in the chat typing. I can't believe it. Let's fucking go. Jaguars.
To celebrate the 32 young men entering the NFL, I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field. The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes one player each year who best represents greatness and compassion both on and off the field and in the community. Tonight, we are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
Let's go, guys. First off,
I want to say thank you to the commissioner, thank you to the Payton family and the NFL and nationwide, and also
Nationwide.
tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community the lead. To remember, Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. We have a trade.
They announced it online already.
The Browns have traded the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, defensive back from Colorado.
2-1. Oh, shit. That's right. They get 2 for the play.
All right, so they're going to be showing a little bit of highlights here. So let's just, I can't really show them, but yeah, he was a Heisman winner.
In the first 5 stars that ever played at an HBCU. He became the first player ever to win the Electricross Award as an HSL receiver and the Derrick Award as the best defensive player in the country. And now
Damn.
he's the second pick in the National Football League draft. Now headed to Jacksonville.
Headed to Jacksonville, guys.
Brenton Strange, former second-round pick out of Penn State, that Liam Bell and Trevor Lawrence seem to really like. Now you got a guy like Travis Hunter on the offensive side. He was dynamic. You saw a lot of it. Talking about the ball still, but the football IQ is still working.
Oh, shit, he dancing, doing a little move.
So in a game, when he's out there playing with both sides, just about every play, he's worried about how many players will be.
Yo.
That's the underrated part of Travis Hunter. It's in the game, knowledge of the game, that football IQ.
Football IQ.
That's the football game, right? A lot of big fast catchers in particular who have fantastic ball until they fortunate enough to play in an era where a lot of them really made their name. But this guy right here, I'm telling you this, when I was out there in my day, and he was catching the football and running routes, one, the ball never touched the ground, and 2, he didn't have gloves on, and you couldn't hear the ball hit his hands. Some of the most natural hand-eye coordination in ball tracking I've ever seen in my life, but I've seen some great players. This guy truly is, as Dan like to put it, he's him. He's different now. He's different, and that's why Jacksonville went ahead and did what they did. But they said, look, he's too good to pass up. Mel pointed Burks in, said it just a minute ago. He's 2 for 1.
Who's Jacksonville got as a quarterback?
It's not being utilized, and that sucks.
And when you got as a quarterback, I forgot.
It's important to talk about this.
Let me know.
Let me know in the comments below. If you know, then you know.
And then to go sit in the bench and pop right back up and get back up and play offense. I don't think America understands.
Let's see what's happening real quick.
This young man has and how hard he works in the offseason to prepare himself. This is truly something pretty. I've tried this game a long time. I've never seen anything like this.
It's a reasonable question to ask how much he can play on both sides of the ball. We understand that he can play one side and dabble on the other, but realistically, as brilliant an athlete as he is, and I sell him short and no regard, he's as good as we've seen in a long time.
Just go ahead and do
realistically play
ESPN.
on both sides of the ball.
So Jaguars.
Again, you're not going to play 120, 130 snaps a game for 17 games and expect him to last a decade.
Trevor Lawrence. They got a quarterback. They got a running back. They definitely need receivers, for sure. I see why they went with him. So Jacksonville might be in it to win it, bros. You know what I mean?
She's got the number 2 pick in the draft.
Go on the clock. We got them G-Men. Chase, where are you at, homie? Where are you at? I need you in here, bro. Come on back. I'm sorry about that. My live went dead. I'm sorry. Get your Get your ass back in here, boy. Who? Okay, so they need quarterback, receiver, D tackle. I think they go with another quarterback. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Edge rusher.
You mentioned that he's going home, Molly. His hometown in Georgia is about 374.
He's the edge rusher too.
Jacksonville. We talk about the history that he is making. Well, we are in the shadow of Lambeau Field, the legendary Green Bay Packers. Don Hudson is the only player in NFL history to catch 400 passes and make it.
Come on. What are we doing here?
Will Travis to be the first ever to do it with shoulder pads? The last player to play consistency on both sides of the ball was his coach, Deion Sanders. Prime time, 1996 at the Cowboys.
On the clock. Here we go.
Both offense and on defense, obviously one of the great players of all time. We'll see if his protege is able to follow in his footsteps. So,
On the clock. The G-men. The pick is in. Who do they go with? I think they need to go quarterback. I think they need to go quarterback. I think ESPN is wrong right here. They're going to pick that Sanders boy. I know it. Let's see what they have to say. Pick is in.
There's the Giants' Brad Broom, John Mallett looking for results quickly here after a very disappointing season. The commissioner is making his way to the stage.
All right, here we go. The G-men's pick is in. Let's go.
Number 3.
With the third pick.
With the third pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Abdul Carter.
Okay. Abdul Carter, Penn State. Got that defense. 23 and a half tackles for loss, guys.
3 sacks in 30 years in state college, and that was all over the field in that semifinal loss to Notre Dame, which proved to be.
Let's look at him.
He wasn't an off-ball linebacker for 2 years. He had 17 tackles for loss and 11 sacks. Over a 2-year period, they unleash him off the edge of the past year. He goes to 24 tackles for loss, so that more than over a 2-year period. 24, 12 sacks as opposed to 11 over a 2-year period. Double the number. So the bottom line is, when you put him off the edge, you can play him off ball, you can seal the edge, play the run, play stand with pass, they drop the cover, a really good job there. The bend, the wide variety of moves this young man had. I thought he was exceptional. The foot injury kind of clouded his foot. Surgery, no surgery. That foot injury was put together.
Can y'all hear that okay?
Came on Thibodeau, Brian Burke. When it comes off ball, would be an application with those guys. Bottom line is you get a guy off the head this year.
All right.
Michael Parsons, we saw what he could do when he was plunging. And just like Parsons, this kid resembles that type
Let's
of
do it.
That's out there, Bart.
You think about what a team in their division in Philadelphia did with that defensive line, the way they dominated Kansas City in the Super Bowl, the way they were so stacked with the defensive line. It's no wonder New York sees the same thing with Carter and Burns and Dexter Lawrence and Miller. They can absolutely dominate and go months inside. So I think he's the best edge guy in the draft. The elite first step quickness, the ability to bend, the ability to turn the corner. His first step is the best I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, what Bob Miller said all the time, right?
We're munching.
Some of the best pass rushers of all time.
You know what it is?
Tampa, we've got the senior right. This guy can get off the rock. And here's the thing that impresses me the most about it. He flat out plays hard. When you talk about competitive character, for 60 minutes, this dude is hunting the quarterback. He asked the Penn State coaches prior to the 24th season to put him at defensive end. He asked for the switch. They were wondering how he was going to handle when they put him in a 6 technique, right? Head up over the tight end. When tackles started coming down on him and double teaming him, whether or not he's going to be able to withstand it and come back again and again and again. He continues to get better at it. But I'll tell you this, when it's third down, he's got speed to tower, he's got high side speed, he's got an inside spin, he's got it all. Incredible play.
He wears the same uniform number that Micah Parsons did. Will he follow in those footsteps as far as effectiveness in the NFL? Verizon Business takes us down to Molly, who is standing by for the third pick of the draft. Molly.
Thank you, Srini. Abdul, your dad trained you your entire childhood. What was that moment like after your name was called with your dad and the rest of your family?
Yeah, it was surreal. I wouldn't be here without him.
It's the greatest moment of his life,
Thanks to my
dude.
family, thankful that everybody was helping me get to this moment. I can't wait to celebrate this moment with my family.
You grew up in Philly. You grew up an Eagles fan. How are you going to bring the Giants back to dominance in the NFC East?
Yeah, I'm all New York. New York getting everything from me. All the passion I have, all the love that I have, all the excitement. On third down and get loud. I'm going to get that big play, make my best pass rush, make that big explosive play.
All right, congratulations, Abdul.
Thank you.
Great.
Hi, Molly. Thank you. Abdul Carter is the third defensive player selected in the top 3 overall by the Giants in the common draft era. The others, Lawrence Taylor and Carl Banks. So Travis
Sorry,
Hunter is
guys.
off the board. How about his college teammate, Shedeur?
I had to eat a little bit of something, you know.
To hear his name called as round 1 of the NFL draft continues from Green Bay on ESPN.
All right. It's going to commercial, guys, so bear with me here a little bit. We're going to have to turn it down. And
2025 NFL draft.
we're going to have to turn it down. And, you know, have a little discussion. What do you guys think of the first 4 picks? 3 picks. First 3 picks. What do we think? Grade them, grade them, grade them. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you share, guys. I do appreciate everything. This is Mundo. Let's go. Thank you for all the likes. Thank you. Grade the first round of the draft. Let's do it. How do we do it? How do we do it? The first pick, I mean, it was great. I mean, it was awesome. I think they did a good job. So we're on commercial right now, guys. So do bear with me. I do appreciate all the support, all the likes. How's your night going? How's everything going? Hope everything's going good. We're just here hanging out, having a little party to ourselves. It is what it is, you know? Okay. I'm having trouble here. I'm having troubles here. The pick is in. Yo, welcome on in. I appreciate every guys being here. We're just tuning into the NFL draft. Having a little party to ourselves. Hanging out. So, you know, the first 3 picks, not bad overall. You know, the quarterback, first round, receiver, second round, or second pick, and defensive lineman, the edge rusher, with the 3rd pick. So right now we got New England Patriots on the clock. The pick is in, and we're just waiting for commercial, guys.
Sounds well. Gotta wait till it's done.
What do you guys think? Chiefs all the way for sure again to the Super Bowl. I mean, it's just obvious. But who are we going to get? I think we're going to get an offensive lineman first round, and we won't really know here for a couple hours. So it's all right, guys. We're just here hanging out, enjoying company. Right? So who? Okay, they need offensive lineman, receiver, running back. Best available, according to ESPN, is Ashton Genty. Cam Ward with the number 1 overall. Let's go, guys. We're going to turn it up.
Jacksonville trading up from number 5 to number 2 with the Sounds and taking Travis Hunter, the sensational two-way star out of Colorado, number 3. Quarterback needy, but
All right, guys, here the pick is in. Let's go with the next pick of the NFL draft.
With the fourth pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Will Campbell.
Will Campbell. Wow. Offensive lineman, probably the best.
Offensive lineman that state had produced in 7 years. Was a starter at LSU from the day he set foot on campus. In all, he started 38 games, was a consensus All-American vote as a junior last year.
That's a big old dude.
He was 18 years old.
That's a big old dude.
The left tackle at LSU, and he'll play left tackle in the NFL. I know there's concerns and questions about the arm length. He had that same arm length in the SEC when he lined up against the competitors week in and week out. We're talking about a guy who's a natural
Will Campbell.
elite athleticism. He has the balance to recover. If you beat him on the outside, he'll turn and come back on the inside. His recovery is some of the best that you see at the left tackle position. Footwork is tremendous. Have the ability to mirror and stay in front of defenders. And from a power standpoint, has the power to stop and anchor all the speed rush. But I think what New England needs to know what they're getting an alpha in the room, a leader. If you're Mike Vrabel, you're coming in there and you're bringing your character, your culture in there, Will Campbell will instill that. He will be an alpha in the offensive line room, and that's exactly what New England needs.
Now, is he the best offensive lineman in this draft? There are quite a few tackles we'll hear tonight.
Armand Rambo, before you think right tackle.
6'7", 319. Let's freaking go, guys. This dude is a beast.
For Drake May, he's the franchise. Will Campbell, the arm length is it's an outlier. Outliers can be great. There's no question. Will Campbell's run blocking phenomenal. Pass protection over Drake May. Will get the ball out. Still protect a little bit as well in that regard. I'll keep an eye on a couple things here now. That's correct on forward. The Giants, right? Giants have out to go farther. They have a quarterback room right now. So
Woo! Let's go.
moving forward, the Shador maybe dropping or where he goes. What do you want to do? They are a quarterback EDC, but you got Ashton Jenkins sitting there, right? They're looking for a defense end opposite Miles Garrett. They want a wide receiver as well, and they also have that big needed quarterback spot. I mean, Williams sitting there at
We got a strain here called Super Booth, guys.
the straight team quarterback leading out of their attack.
I'll tell you what, I don't know what they're going to do. I can tell you what right now Mike Vrabel's doing. He's walking around in that track pretty shaky.
The pick is in from the Cleveland Browns. You know we're going to stretch it out, though.
You're going to play center now. And now you got Will Campbell. Who in that highlight right there, we didn't mention some of the things that he was doing on that highlight. But, you know, we'll talk about his arm like being sub 30, but he's not taking from cinder blocks. And when you're talking, he uses those hands as well as anybody in this draft. Look, I think methodically New England is addressing all the things that all season we said they need to address. Will Campbell will be a decades-long left tackle bookend for them.
Decades long.
It's a no-brainer pick in my estimation.
It was the expected pick.
That's too much to put on somebody.
Thus far. For those of you who have not followed the process, we would like to know. There were players that we were expecting to hear the whole time. Obviously, the huge shocker was Jacksonville trading up to number 2. And so
Trading up number 2.
Make the next selection having traded back at number 5. In the meantime, Verizon Business brings it back down to the stage, and Molly is there with Will Campbell. Molly.
Well, you're just the second ever LSU O-lineman to be picked in the first round. I can see that you're emotional here. How meaningful is it for you to represent this program in the state of Louisiana?
It's everything. They did so much for me and my family. And for me to be able to represent them the right way, I'll never be able to repay them for what they did for me.
I know you spent a lot of time with Patriots staff and head coach Mike Vrabel. What do you like about the culture that he's building there in New England?
That logo speaks for itself. But, you know, Coach Brady was the guy who I want to play for. He's a football guy, no BS. And I've loved everything that everybody in that building about since the first time I stepped in there. So it's a complete honor to be able to have this guy on right now.
Well, one thing's for sure, quarterback Drake May has to be happy about this selection. Congratulations, Will.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Brady.
And
It's
you can
crazy,
hear the
guys.
awe in his voice, with a wonderful moment, reminder that this night is not just about the analysis, but it's about the opportunity for these young men. By the way, the older football fans of the place will appreciate this now. The Patriots have drafted a top 10 offensive lineman only once in the common draft. It was John Hanna, who was 4th overall in 1973, and may very well be the greatest guard that ever played. No doubt about it. They're looking at obviously what real fans think about what it could be. All right. What critical pick so far in this draft was Drake May.
Next up is the Cleveland Browns. Who do we think? Thinking.
Traded back. Originally have the second pick, move back here to 5, and here comes the commissioner to announce this one.
There we go. There it is. Defensive tackle Mason Graham.
The Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham. Defensive tackle, Michigan.
Did not like that pick.
As we made outside of the trades, these have been the players you were expecting. Mason Graham is a 2-time All-American from Los Angeles. He was the defensive end.
Yo, thank you for the follow, Alan. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for scaring me. Thank you.
He was tipped from the football dog when he brought into Ann Arbor, and now Graham lived up to the hype. Everybody said Graham was dropping. And everybody would love Nolan to maybe go ahead and defensive tackle of Ole Miss. And Mason Graham, 3rd on my big board. Cleveland made that deal, kind of thrown out of whack a little bit. A little bit of a curveball with Mason Graham. Not only back on grade, but on the fact that they have other knee areas. But defensive tackle is one of those. Mason Graham, heavyweight wrestling champion. And you can see that in terms of leverage. Full man trade to the NFL. The versatility, the violent, active hand, the reactability, diagnostic ability. Stats were not off the charts, but if you watched him, he was disruptive, bro. He made an impact game in and game out. Consistency, the ability, I think, to impact the football game where a quarterback is going up the gut.
When you play that position green inside, you better have a couple of things. You better have a quick first step. You better use your hands with him. You better have great balance. He has all 3 of those things. He can make tackles from tackle to tackle and even outside the tackle. I love his motor. I love his disruptiveness and his ability to use his hands. You have to have strong hands to control the center, to control the guard, to get those guys off. People think that nose tackles and free techniques can't make plays. He is a disruptor and playmaker. Here's the thing I want to see. Can he continue to get better at the pass rush? Can his pass rush arsenal continue to get better? Because right now, it's not up to par with what we've seen in the likes of Freddie Jarrett or Aaron Donald, those impact of Chris Jones, those impact free techniques. He's got to get better at the pass rush.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I struggled with when evaluating him. Look, there's no question he's a great player. You talk to the people in Michigan, they love him. They love all the things that both just talk about, specifically his motor. They love him when he's on the move. Yes, when you're running games and stuff, and he's the looper. And he's a guy who can kind of like get on some edges, get some angles. Look, he'll be working with one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, Myles Garrett. But can he produce? Rushing the best. Let's go to the stage for Ryan's in business. And Molly McGrath. Thank you, Molly.
Thank you, Trini. Mason, you are a tone setter for Michigan's defense. What kind of attitude and toughness are you bringing to Cleveland?
I mean, just fierce competitor. You know, I want to come in there and win. You know,
Ooh,
get
nice
the ball
read.
and, you know, win a Super Bowl. So that's my one mission coming in, and that's what I'm going to do.
A Michigan man is going to the state of
Nice
Ohio.
push.
How are you going to make amends with those fans after what you did to the Buckeyes the last 3 years?
I'm sure we'll get along pretty well coming here pretty soon.
All right, good luck. Thank you. Congrats.
Thank you.
Trini.
That's exactly right. Heading into what would have been considered enemy territory previously, but now the new favorite son of the Cleveland Browns, Mason Graham, an outstanding player. So now the biggest critters are on the clock, and what a fascinating decision they have ahead of them here. Earlier in this process, Mel, we were talking about Shedeur Sanders-Hugh. He has a long history with Tom Brady. That conversation has pretty much died away completely. That was part of the early discussion. That's not what we're expecting, at least here. They have Pete Carroll. You see him there in the draft room as the Raiders make their decision at number 6.
Pretty much Geno Smith now, right? Pete Carroll are tied together. He made Geno great, right? An outstanding quarterback in this league. He still has probably 3 years left where he can play at a very solid level. Geno Smith
to help him out when Pete Carroll wanted to run the football. Yeah, Marshawn Lynch, they granted the shot, and it didn't work out. They still took him in round one. You look at a guy like Ashton Jeanty, what he can mean to this football team. I've been 4th overall on the big board. Not the last thing, not my ranking. On value, on ability, he's the 4th best player in this draft. He deserves to be a pick this high based on that. I think the Raiders would look at running back Ashton Jeanty over Armand Mendo.
Yeah, look, this football team.
All right, Raiders on the clock. Pick is in. They need receiver, running back, quarterback, safety, and guard. Offensive line. So let's see what they do with their pick.
Taking a running back is a bit of a luxury. Well, for him with as many needs as this team has. We're going to find out right now. I see the commissioner making his way towards the microphone. Here come the Raiders at 6.
With the 6th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Jeanty.
Ashton Jeanty, running back, Boise State.
This goes. Oh, and all the numbers one more time. What a season he had 2,600 rushing yards, 29 touchdowns.
Oh, shit.
That was the Maxwell Award, the Doug Walker Award, and finished runner-up for the Heisman. Fascinating life story.
Runner-up for the Heisman. Let's take a look.
Naples, Italy, and was a quarterback. Ultimately wound up in Frisco, Texas, then to Boise for college, and now he is in Las Vegas. A factor all-around running back. He was a workhorse. He only had one game where he had 30-plus carries in 2023. This past year, he had 8 games of 30 or more carries. He can be that workhorse running back. For Geno Smith, after that Raider offense, show that contact balance. Game-breaking ability, explosive, right? Catching the football. He had 43 catches in 2023. Now, 750 career carries, it's a lot, right? Also, he's a little loose with the football, high and tight, right? He's got to learn that. 5 fumbles in 2023, 3 fumbles in 2024, had 8 fumbles over the last couple of years. Since they gave me a fumble loss, we'll let another fumble in that game. So in terms of a guy who can impact the game, running, catching, and
So I appreciate everybody being here. Make sure you like that screen and make sure you follow that. So I appreciate it.
Contact balance, the game, see, hey, I'm going to get running back to the first round. Well, ability, they said 4th best player in the draft, and Pete Carroll wants to run the ball and take some of that pressure off Geno Smith.
I love it. You finally come around to the running back. That's all in you.
I'll be kidding.
It's a new thing that the running back got to have in the football league. He can make the guy get to the hole. He can do that. From a contact balance standpoint, when you get a hit, can you absorb the first hit and then continue on? He can do that. And then the third thing, can you take it to the house? He does all 3 of those things well. That's why he'll be successful in NFL running back.
Really, I had the privilege of seeing
Look at him go.
up close and personal
Nice.
at the Fiesta Bowl this year. And I said, we were preparing for that game.
Welcome back, Gates.
This is Emmitt Smith with home run breakaway speed. The vision and the elusiveness. He's built like a bodybuilder, like a power lifter, but he's got the jump cut ability to get that ball out on the perimeter. And then you see the lower body power as he's weaving his way through traffic with like that next level vision. He's going to rip off plus 20, 30, 40-yard runs with it on the regular. Emmitt Smith, he did this on the regular at the NFL level. What was Emmitt's superpower? It was the vision of the lower body balance, the ability to see things that other people think they couldn't see. And he didn't have the kind of speed, the kind of breakaway speed that Ashton Jeanty had. And when you talk about contact balance and burst, and the ability to get
Look at him bounce off. Nice.
Nobody does it
Gotta
better
wrap
than
up.
this guy. Nobody. And then look at him turn on the jets. It's easy. It's easy, smooth acceleration. And I'm telling you, when you get up on him close, you will think, how does this guy have that kind of stride like and be able to run like that? Emmitt Smith, same way. If you didn't get a good hit on him, if you didn't wrap him up, he was going to the house on you. Now here on this one in particular, he's able to take it the distance. Hey, look, I don't think this is a wild comparison by any means. It's a great player, the same trainer to stop.
It's as good a comparison as you could ever possibly ask for Verizon Business. Back to the stage, Molly.
Not bad, guys.
You told me that at 10 years old you knew you were born to play this game. Standing up here now, an NFL running back. What would you say to your 10-year-old self?
On the clock, we got the New York Jets. Round 1, pick 7. Let's go, guys.
Raiders' new head coach. Pete
What are they gonna do? They have quarterbacks supposedly,
He's the coach, one of
right?
your favorites in Marshawn Lynch.
Are we going offensive line, defensive line,
Vegas.
receiver?
Just that same energy. that
We're going
attitude.
defense, offense. What do we think, guys?
On the football
For the
And
Jets.
congratulations, the highest selection ever for a Boise State player.
Thank you so much.
Highest selection ever for Boise State. Dang. Went to the Raiders.
Last in the NFL. Look at the celebration. Lone Star High School, Texas. Congratulations, they produced the first pick in the NFL draft. We'll be right back.
All right, guys, we're on commercial, guys, so we'll be right back. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Make sure you guys like the video, please. Helps out a lot. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow.
Now we get to hang out with NFL fans all season long.
Give me the finger. I don't care. Do something. Helps out a lot, guys. We are on commercial, guys, so we're going to go ahead and turn it down just a little bit here and wait for the next round. So we got the Jets on the clock. Let's see, what do we got going on with the Jets? With the Jets. Okay. So the Jets got Justin Fields, Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson, Alan Lazard. Okay. What happened to Aaron Rodgers? Is he not there anymore? That's crazy. It looks like they need offensive line help for sure. If I remember right, that also seems correct as well. That's why, their quarterback happened. They got Tyrod Taylor. Justin Fields. Okay, so I'm guessing they think they have their quarterback, I'm assuming. This wasn't Justin Fields with the Steelers last year. So the Steelers just, think they have their quarterback with Russell Wilson. So, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense, guys. You know what I mean?
That's debatable.
That's debatable. Nationwide is on your side. All right, so we got the Jets on the clock. We got tight end is the best fit according to ESPN, and best available is linebacker Jalen Walker. All right, we're back to the draft here, guys. So welcome on in. We're going to turn it back up here. The Jets pick is in. Selection made. We have tackle Armand Mumbo.
The New York Jets select Armand Minbu.
Wow.
He is from Kansas City. Became a starter midway through his freshman year. So he started 30 games at right tackle for the Tigers. And now his performance at the combine is what really bolted him up this front.
So watching he proved he could be a right tackle, not a guard. Now, I guess it's a tough call for the Jets because Tyler Warren would have made a lot of sense. I meant that at Penn State, but like Armand Mungo's plug and play right tackle. They have to feel he will be a Pro Bowl right tackle. 29 starts over the last 3 years, 25 starts in the last 2 years at right tackle. Powerful hand, Get the second level as a one blocker could improve in that area. The kick out, the footwork overall, powerful punch, the way anchored, the hand placement was excellent. Like I said, once he showed he had the length, he had the ability physically, athletically to be a great tackle, not have to kick inside the guard. That's what solidified Armand Members as a top 10 pick, Lou.
Yeah, I mean, he's a plug-and-play guy, right? Last year's first-round pick, Olafacino stays at left tackle now. Remember, just moves out to right tackle.
Man, he just did that little dude dirty.
This young man, I'll tell you what, he dominated people this year. So it was hard to find things not to like about a guy as big as he is, 330 trucks, sub-5 seconds in the 40. Incredible prospect.
Woo! He's the fourth defensive lineman the Jets have drafted in the first round since 2020, which is the most of any team in the NFL. And over the years, the reaction of the fans of the New York Jets to their picks have become the stuff of draft day legend.
The Jets, second round selection, Marion Barber. Johnny Mitchell, tight end, Nebraska.
And the fans are looking at over Twitter, Michael. Ryan Gray. Mark Sanchez. Dick Wilson.
I don't know if y'all can see that over there.
Maybe hits 88 miles per hour. Good, see some serious.
All right, guys. So yeah, that's Armand Midlou from Missouri. You know, that's its highlights. You know, can't really get too crazy with offensive tackle highlights. You know? Can't get too crazy. Let's see what's going over here. Hello, what are you doing? Hello, Ong. I am streaming the NFL draft. What are you doing? Am I still there? I'm still there. We got the Carolina Panthers on the clock. Pick 8. Their pick is in. Who are they going to pick? We shall find out. Stay tuned. We're on a commercial break, guys. I'm going to go make, go make another, refreshment.
And got great savings in coverage.
Just give me
Save 35% and shop all your favorite brands. For any taste, or any diet. The prices you love delivered fast. For low prices, for lively pets, there's two.
Cantina Chicken Burrito. Relax. Choose your experience box. Only a title.
I hear somebody.
Maybe young. Maybe young. Somebody.
Maybe small.
Where'd your little brat go?
I don't know. Probably in your bedroom.
Protected. Never rejected.
Oh. All right. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
You're concerning as most of the picks that we've had tonight have been the players he expected to be drafted. There was one major change, which was the draft trade early in the trade. The Jacksonville Jaguars moving up to number 2 of the draft.
The 8th pick is in. Selection made. Let's go.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Teteroa McMillan, wide receiver.
So this is what we expect.
Wow.
Outstanding team after the born in Hawaii. Went to Arizona as the highest rated recruit in the history of that school. Now, his last 2 seasons, he had 174 catches for over 2,700 yards and 18 touchdowns.
He has a lot of comparisons to Mike Evans over the last couple of weeks. I thought maybe Jacksonville, right? With Liam Cohen would go that direction. In fact,
Wow, he was wide open on that play. Y'all see that shit?
19 right now on my big four. So he gets to the ring. I thought Matthew Willis from Texas being the first receiver taken, but hey, the ability to make a contested catch is his forte. That's why Drake London was a cop, and certainly Mike Evans was going to stretch his Evans. I would not do that. Hey, when you look at Teteroa McMillan, doing it against college quarterbacks, not being able to get great separations is the reason why I thought his shot dropped a bit. We've all talked about he loves volleyball, right? Okay? Say, happy athletes love volleyball, loves sport.
Hawaiian? Yo, let's go.
His production over a 3-year period was consistent. Philip Fafita came on at quarterback, really helped his cause on 84 catches. This man carried big volume, the amount of ability out, 8 went for touchdowns. The catch radius, the length, the contested situation, go his way. And the NFL guy, will there be enough separation? Can he get his move against NFL quarterbacks like he did in college?
And I love this pick for Bryce Young.
I mean, he contested. Look. I mean,
he was throwing Xavier Legette out there. But now you're getting him a bigger body, bigger catch radius. He doesn't have to be as accurate. But when you talk about the contested catches on the college level, if you can't get open in college, how are you going to get open in the NFL? Like, that's my biggest concern for him. I get the body control. I get how pretty he looks. I get the contested catches. But can he get open in the NFL? Drake London is a fair comparison. He didn't take off in the NFL in Atlanta until they moved him inside in the slot and allowed him to get some free releases. So will they have to move T back inside, or can he get open on the outside?
Well, which is where he played plenty in Arizona. He played in the slot quite often in Arizona. And Jeff Hitch, he coached him down there before he left to go to Washington. Did some really nice things with him as far as getting him on linebacker, getting him on safety, where he could use some of that subtle movement in a way to get open. Something Bryce Young could absolutely need, and you're right. You see him here hugging and commit. All these guys, you can just see the relief that they have when they come up here. But they're going to have a good career in Carolina. He just needs to be sure to take care of it.
A very nice moment there with the place to lay on the commissioner there. Teteroa McMillan was a very proud winner of the Polynesian Player of the Year awards both in high school and in college. So that's a lovely moment there. By the way, he was a high school teammate of Mason Glenn, who was drafted earlier tonight. And our teammate Teddy Bruschi is celebrating as Teteroa McMillan is the first Arizona wide receiver ever selected in the first round of the NFL draft. So an interesting move here by a Carolina team. This was the first thing we've seen that had not been forecast pretty much anywhere that I've looked.
So we thought Carolina was going to go defense, but I get the fact that they're trying to help the young quarterback. That seems to be the new thing. Do you fortify the defense and keep the points down, or do you try to evaluate the young quarterback by getting him some weapons? I like the move. Bryce Young came on at the end of last season. We started to see promise. And so if you're Carolina, why not help the young quarterback to see if you can continue this climb that he's made toward the end of last season?
Taking the wide receiver is perhaps not the big surprise. Which receiver it was might be a bit of a surprise to some. In the meantime, Verizon Business brings us back to this game.
All right, now, last pick where I can't say his first name, McMillan. So on the clock, we have New Orleans Saints. They need receiver, quarterback. cornerback, edge rush, and offensive guard. Let's see who they go for.
The presidents for me to be successful today. So, sure, at the end of the day, you know, I'm trying to put on for the qualities and culture and, you know, make everybody proud.
You were a big play receiver in college. What kind of impact can you make on this Panthers offense right away?
Man, I'm ready to do whatever it takes. I know I got a quarterback I can trust in, a coaching staff that believes in me, and teammates that are ready to play for me, and I'm ready to play for them. So, I mean, sky's the limit for this organization, man. I can't wait.
Looks good on you. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Great.
Hey, stop. Can we stop?
You can see they are a team that has gone the longest of any since drafting the quarterback in the first round. Archie Manning, in fact, is the only quarterback the New Orleans Saints ever selected in the first round. Parenthetically, Troy Aikman is the only first-round quarterback the Dallas Cowboys ever took. Now, you have been forecasting for quite some time.
On the clock, we have the Saints to pick his in. Let's go.
Drew Brees. See similarities to Drew. Coming out, arm strength, flex, similar size, right? He was going to go to Miami. He didn't. He got the shoulder, right? He ends up in New Orleans. There's a Super Bowl, right? You think about where we are right now with Shedeur Sanders and this hit. I remember a few years back when the Saints traded up in the first round. Thought it was going to be Lamar Jackson. It was Marcus Davenport, defensive back at San Antonio. The division, the two former number one pick overall, the Baker and Bryce, in addition to Michael Penix Jr., about to say, I'm taking Shedeur Sanders.
Let's find out if that's what they've done. Here's the commissioner to announce the pick for the New Orleans.
With the 9th pick in the 2025
Oh, shit!
NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., tackle, Texas.
Kelvin Banks Jr. is one of the most decorated linemen in Texas history. He was a unanimous All-American as a junior last year. He won the Atlas Trophy. He won the Lombardi Award. He was a starter as a true freshman coming out of Houston. He started all 42 games he played. And now he was a huge part of the resurrection of Longhorns football under Steve Sarkisian.
The offensive line this year, I just wonder who can be playing quarterback for this football team moving forward. Think about where we are right now in that division. Shedeur Sanders is sitting there. You take Kelvin Banks Jr., who didn't have a great year at Texas. Now, a little banged up. There were times where some guys were getting the best of Kelvin Banks Jr. You have to go back forward to 2023 to see Kelvin Banks Jr. at his best. Prior to that, when he came in, he was outstanding.
You heard what he just said.
He was projected to be maybe a top 5 pick. Like I said, he didn't play up to the level of the talent this year. Plus a little banged up, Lou, but the talent, when you go back to 2023, played was 100%. It was in abundance.
Yeah, look, I talked to Steve Sarkisian recently about Kelvin Banks, and he could not rave about this young man more in terms of his competitiveness, how good of a teammate he is. He's a guy who overcomes adversity. Like, he had dealt with some things as far as health in his family. It never distracted him. He was continuously there for the team. As you mentioned, he wasn't 100% healthy, but when he is, this guy is smooth and fluid as water. Big, heavy hands, got a nasty playing personality. He can pass protect with the very best of them, and the New Orleans Saints need it. They're one of the very worst teams in the NFL in terms of pass block win rate in 2024. You're right, Mel. They better find a quarterback in order to protect, and someone who can help them compete in the South and in the NFC overall. But this guy's a building block. They needed a player like this, and he is a culture builder. Sark could not be happier and more effusive in his praise for Kelvin Banks.
And it kind of goes with how Mickey Loomis built the team. 8 out of the last 10 picks really have been offensive linemen for defensive linemen for Mitchell Loomis and the Saints. He understands how to build this team. Yeah, he may need a quarterback, but this is a young man. He's got to play. He's got to finish a little bit more pitches blocks. But I love, as Lewis said, the building blocks for the Saints. That they look for their quarterback in the future that they have to get at some point.
In our countdown show, Adam Schefter suggested the Saints may be looking to target a quarterback in the second round. Meanwhile, we have an update on the scheduling release. Laura Rutledge and Colleen Wolf join us. Laura.
Ladies and gentlemen, NFL fans everywhere, hold on to your hats because boy, do we have an announcement for you live from the heart of the NFL draft right here in Green Bay, Wisconsin. That's right, Colleen. The schedule release marks a pivotal moment in the NFL calendar.
Alright, so we are on round 1, pick 10 of the draft. We got the Chicago Bears on the clock. Their pick is in. Previous round, we had Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle out of Texas. What were the Saints? They definitely needed some freaking help. I would say that. Derek Carr is questionable on making a return, it looks like. But we will have to see. All right. I think he's got a long-term contract. He's going to come back healthy and just fine. All right, guys. So, all right. We got the Bears on the clock. They need, according to ESPN, defensive tackle, running back, wide receiver, corner, and edge.
Get it together. Mark your calendar. Set your alarms. The schedule will be dropped on. There we go. Lock it in.
So, Chicago Bears got Kalen Williams, quarterback. DeAndre Swift is running. DJ Moore and Adunza for receivers. Cole Kmet for the tight end. They probably need defense, I would say.
Get ready and buckle up for the greatest season of your lives.
So it looks like they need some linebacker help. They need some cornerback help, possibly. They got a couple of people hurt, and let's just see what they got going on here.
That is because the Chicago Bears have just been announced as on the clock. In fact, I think it's already in. There is no rivalry in any American professional sport. And
Everybody's voting it because they're in Green Bay.
The Bears and the Packers, which goes back to the very beginning of the National Football League century. And so these Packers fans will boo the Bears even more loudly when they boo the commissioner. Here comes Roger Goodell to announce Chicago's selection at 10.
Who are they picking?
Yesterday, the NFL family lost a true legend, Bears Hall of Famer Steve McMichael. My heart is with the McMichael family during this incredibly difficult time. Missy, please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts?
Mongo's remarkable contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten. His legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. 50 years ago, with the fourth pick in the 1975 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears selected one of Steve McMichael's teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton, running back, Jackson State. Walter would go on to rush for nearly 17,000 yards and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons, all with the Chicago Bears. As you heard earlier, not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year award. So with the 10th pick in the 2025 draft, the Chicago Bears select Holston Loveland.
Holston Loveland. Loveland. Michigan.
Holston Loveland grew up on a farm in Bliss, Iowa. Grew up on a farm of 258 people. He caught his first touchdown against Ohio State as a freshman. He got 9 more the last 2 years. He caught 56 catches in 10 games last year, most by tight end in school history, a finalist for the Mackey Award. Now, interesting that he goes ahead of Tyler Warren, who had been expected to be the first tight end off the
Yeah, Colts at 14. I'd be sitting there hoping Tyler Warren slots down to them a few picks from now. But look at Colston Loveland. Shoulder injuries would be fine. Ready for camp. No issue there. Big quarterback problem in Michigan. With J.J. McCarthy moving on to the NFL. His 56 catches, single season record for a tight end. He was still productive. He can stretch the deep middle. He's a tremendous athlete. He snatched the ball with his hands. Blocking needs for approval. What do they want? They have Cole Kmet. They want a third receiving option, a receiving entity. Not with Brock Bowers, what's here. You have DJ Moore. You have Romo Dunze for Caleb Williams. Now you add that big side receiver. He can get down the middle of the field and he can make big catches and he has run after the check ability. And he goes to Loveland.
Very rarely, Brady, do you get a tight end that can threaten the defense at all 3 levels. Short, intermediate, and he can go deep. As a defender, we don't prepare for tight ends to go 30, 40, 50 yards down the field. He can do that. Essentially, he plays like a big wide receiver. And you talk about the matchup problems.
He does look like a big wide receiver.
This is the ultimate. I think Sean Payton calls him a choker. This is the ultimate choker down at Ben Johnson and Chicago Better have for Caleb Williams.
Yeah, the thing about it, though, about him, the fact that even though he is such a great athlete, he comes off the ball so fast and can really stretch the middle of the field so quickly. If you go 12 personnel, right, with 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, if you go sub and put a defensive back on the field, this guy will maul a defensive back in the run game. If you go with a light block, you go nickel, because he will block your rear end off. It's Ben Johnson. This is exactly the kind of chess piece he wants, man. Caleb Williams too. He has to be looking at him going, "This is perfect."
Colson Loveland, the third tight end selected by the Bears in the first round since 1960. One of them was Mike Ditka in 1961. The Niners will choose next on ESPN.
All right, guys. We're just gonna watch a little highlights from this dude for a little bit until commercial break. This is Colson Loveland, drafted by the Bears, number 10 overall. He's out of Michigan. He's out of Michigan. He does play like a big wide receiver. He really does. That'll be good for, the Bears and that young quarterback. Hopefully, hopefully this guy can make an impact. I wouldn't say right away, but
What you need faster with the Lowe's app.
This is the most favorable day of my life.
Easy, sweetie, hidden value range.
Only serious about flavor.
The world's most serious sports drink. Finish any food. It used the Gatorade. Is it in you? 80%.
Because the higher my sleep IQ score, the better I play. That's not the only reason.
Sleep Number does that.
Well, that was against Ohio State too, I think. Dang. He looks like a good tight end. Too bad the Chiefs don't got him. I wish we can get him. That was a good pick for the Bears. Who we got on next? We got the San Francisco 49ers on the clock. Round 1, pick 11. The pick is in. They need, according to ESPN, offensive tackle, cornerback, edge rusher, defensive tackle, and center. So we probably are going to assume they're going to draft offensive linemen here. And possibly defense. I don't know. Let's tune in. We'll wait for the commercial to tune back in, and we'll get right to it. Previous pick is Colson Loveland out of Michigan, 6'6", 245. He is a big dude. 6'6", 248 out of Michigan. Right now, we have on the clock San Francisco 49ers. Up next is the Dallas Cowboys. We're tuning it back in. Green Bay for the draft. Let's check it on in. The 49ers have their pick in.
It's been one of the big storylines leading up to this draft. That the Julius Sanders or any of the quarterbacks lasted beyond the ninth selection of the New Orleans Saints. Take a look at the teams who choose here through the teams, if you will, up until the Steelers pick at number 21. Not any obvious expectation that any of these teams would need to select a quarterback. So Adam Schefter, what should we be expecting? Well, Brady, the wait is up for Mel Kiper's top-rated quarterback in this draft, and that is the next logical landing spot. The Pittsburgh Steelers at number 21, but there are no assurances.
Hey, Willers.
Trading up and in, so we'll have to wait and see how this unfolds. In the meantime, our house announcer, Alan Roach, has an announcement.
Please direct your attention to the main stage video screens for a special message.
Special message.
United States service members stationed at Yokota Air Base in Japan.
Hello from the United States Forces Japan. I'm Sergeant Mitchell Johnson. I'm here with service members from the United States Army, Marine Corps, and Navy. We're proud to announce this year we're celebrating our 250th anniversary. We're grateful for the opportunity to partner with the NFL Salute to Service and the USO in introducing the San Francisco 49ers 2025 draft pick.
With the San Francisco 49ers draft pick, back to you in Green Bay.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military.
Thank you, guys.
Your
We appreciate it. We really do.
to defend our country's freedom.
Been there, done that, guys. You gotta know all about it.
Who are they going to pick? With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams, defensive end, Georgia.
Michael Williams, 5 sacks last year. 2 of those came in the SEC title game against Texas. He was a 5-star recruit from Columbus, Georgia. 14 sacks in 3 seasons after starting his very first game as a true freshman. And still very young now. He won't turn 21 years old until late June.
Yeah, he got a high grade going into the season, Brady. Then he has that ankle injury, a left ankle injury against Clemson. Came back from it and played and didn't shut it down. Continued to play. He's still productive. He had 9 tackles for us. He had 5 sacks. He forced a couple fumbles. He looks the part of an edge rusher in the National Football League. With his size, his long arms, 34.5 arms, and huge hands. Needs to do is get a more repertoire boost going coming after his quarterback off the edge. I thought he played the run great. He has a strong run defender off the edge. But if it's what a pass rusher, I thought a little bit more work. That pass rush specialist, but he's had to get the most out of Michael Williams.
He's got the things that you cannot teach: the traits, the height, the arm length, the ability to set the edge and play the run. We know he's technically sound playing at Georgia the way Kirby Smart coaches defense. The only concern I have is when it comes to using those traits and getting to the passer. I didn't see much of a rush plan, Lou. I didn't see any move besides the speed to power. He's going to have to continue to develop the move, because when you get to the National Football League level, just the traits won't win. You have to have more than traits. You need to be able to have a pass work arsenal. How are you going to beat the offensive tackle and get to the quarterbacks? John Lynch loves it. He loves defensive line. You're going to pair him with Nick Bosa, create 2 bookends. But is he going to be able to live up to this field and this door? The pass rush arsenal, I want to see that.
Yeah, they need to restock the cover in San Francisco defensive line. This used to be, that position used to be the heartbeat of that football team. Both lines, in fact, defensive and offensive line. They need to restock that. Michael has not produced on a consistent basis the way you would think is measurable. Should bear themselves out. Now, the fact that he was injured. First this year, he said himself, he played at maybe 60% most of the year. He's got to tie it all together. Robert Solid, the coordinator now for San Francisco, has to get it out of him.
Michael Williams, the first player ever out of Georgia to be selected by San Francisco in the first round in the conference draft era. And so the Dallas Cowboys selection is in. An interesting one to make with their new head coach, Brian Schottenheimer. Here comes the commissioner to the stage. The Cowboys at 12, ready to make the selection.
With the 12th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama.
He was a first-team All-American who just turned 21 still weeks ago. Grew up in New Haven, Connecticut. Headed down to the IMG Academy, where he was coached by former linebacker Shepley Johnson, played in 38 games at Alabama, started the final 27. All but one of those now was in left guard. Getting the powerhouse inside, he will beat you up. I'm telling you, it's a heavyweight fight when you go up against Tyler Booker. You better bring it, because he will beat you up. And they run black, he'll drop you off the ball. He's never stopped and sustained. And I thought he was in pass protection, bro. Outstanding. Now, he's so good at that. You want movement? It's team step. Movement's not his game. But as a guy that has a power speed, he can drive you off the ball. And I thought they'd say his pass throw skills at Alabama were excellent.
And I love this pick for the Cowboys. One Hall of Famer retires in Zach Martin. You draft another guy who's got, I think, he has that kind of potential as a guard if you use him the right way. His power, his ability to take a man and move that man against his will. That's what the offensive lineman try to do. He can do that with the best of ingredients. Understand how to use him. You don't need to put him around the edge and allow him to get on corners. Allow him to go downhill and displace the defenders and climb to the second level. This is a need pick. I think he's the best guard in the draft, and it fits what the Cowboys have to do.
But Billy is trying to do something that they'll try to do, right? I mean, Tyler Booker, he's someone who's still at 6'4" and 321. But I thought when he did get blocked, when he did, absolutely.
So that last pick was Tyler Booker, offensive lineman, guard at Alabama, 6'5", 321. On the clock, we got the Miami Dolphins.
We're going to get some people knocked off the ball. I did think, we got a little top heavy, got out over his toe some.
Good Lord.
If you were going up against 2-3 techniques, we'll take the deal on his head.
All right, so on the clock, we got the Miami Dolphins. They got 5 minutes left, guys. According to ESPN, they need safety, offensive guard, offensive tackle, defensive tackle, and a linebacker. So let's go to the depth chart and take a look. Who are we looking at? The Dolphins.
So Alabama, by the way, now 17 consecutive years that they have had a player selected in round one. 16 had already been the longest streak for any school in draft history. So our colleague Nick Saban, very proud, no doubt about that, in his retirement during the telecast tonight for us on ABC. So Bama once again with a first-round player in the Dallas Cowboys.
They don't have no offensive people at all. Do we see this? Do we see this?
It's an interesting team to consider here as they fight in that AFC East. We should have Molly in a moment here with Tyler Booker and the joy, the unbridled joy that he brought out onto that stage. It's such a joy to watch as you see the emotion of a young man having this opportunity to be drafted by the Cowboys, obviously becoming a household name. Certainly, we talked about plenty on Get Up all morning long. Let's talk Verizon Business. Takes us down to the stage in Miami.
I think they need to draft a quarterback. They have to. Go get that Sanders boy.
You came out to the stage with a lot of emotion. What's going through you?
I'm just glad to see Cowboys. Here, their dream come true.
Go get that Sanders boy. You got Tyreek Hill. Oh my God. Go get that Sanders boy. Telling you right now, you have it. You have it. You have it. Do it. You have it. You cannot put any more faith into it. You know, I like the guy, but gosh, man, golly, he's got so many concussions, bro. Unreal.
Multiple championships. I can't wait for this tradition of success in Dallas. I'm so excited. Brother, you were talking about in our meeting this morning, the emotion of moments like this. Look at him and his family. And now we continue to watch the celebration of these young men.
Yo, CJ, thank you for the follow. I didn't see that earlier. I had the music up way too loud too. I could, or not the music, but the draft way too loud. Appreciate the follow over there on TikTok. Thank you very much. We are waiting on the Dolphins. Pick is in. My personal opinion is please pick a quarterback. God, pick the Sanders boy. Please, guys. Over there on TikTok, make sure you like, make sure you share. It helps so gosh darn much. And as well as all of you guys too over on TikTok, YouTube, all platforms, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean. You know what I mean? Don't make me say it again. Don't make me say it again. Don't make me say it again, guys. Welcome on in, guys. We are waiting on commercial. We have commercial break. All right. We have the Dolphins on the clock. According to ESPN, they need safety, offensive guard, offensive tackle, defensive tackle, and a linebacker. So, some offensive people. You know, we need some offensive line. It's been a little heavy in the first round this year with offensive linemen, and you know what? The Chiefs need it too. So, holy moly. All the good ones are going to be gone by the time we get there. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? What do we think, guys? Miami Dolphins with the 13th pick. Who are they going to go for? Are they going to go Jalen Walker? Or are they going to do Derek Armand? Or maybe somebody else. Maybe somebody else. I would, if I was the Dolphins, and I just said this, right? You cannot keep rolling out Tua. You can't. You can, I mean, they can, right? But I don't think it's a great idea, right? This guy's had so many concussions. You're putting his health at risk, and he should know that. I get it, man. He wants to make that money. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. I would keep going out there too, man. And he's under contract. He's got to, you know, he loves football, and you got to feel like, you know, he's trying to make the right decision for himself. But at some point, you know, the team's just got to be like. But I would say if they're going to roll out with Tua again, you got to protect him. You got to look towards his future. So I'm going to go with offensive tackle or guard. They need some help inside too. So let's see. Let's see what they do, guys. It looks like they need some defensive help a little bit too. So we are back from commercials. So let's see what Roger Goodell says.
In May, Pittsburgh turned a relative switch tonight. First year the teams have taken the full 10 minutes they usually do. So the Dolphins are on the clock, and the commissioner is here to announce the selection.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
One of the stars of the national title team 2 years ago, and All-American this past year. Great size in the middle of that D-line, over 330 pounds, runs well, brings plenty of experience. Now we played in 41 games.
Yo, big out shout out to Just Bombs Productions too on Instagram, on Twitter. Please follow him. He's been giving us most of the highlights tonight, and I do appreciate it. So let's get on into it.
He can be a guy who goes back to the path and quarterback control the football. Because he can break off passes, he can be disruptive. Certainly look at the bioactive hands he showed that as well. Mason Graham did efficient. He was really going into the year and thought he almost won a par with Mason Graham. When we look at Grant Blade Campbell now is an Arizona Clark defensive tackle because of that move became a need. Kenneth Grant, I think, manage that way. You don't have a game where you, like I said, the endurance stamina you need to be able to play full speed ahead for 60 minutes. When you play high, you're neutralized. That's what happened with Kenneth Grant. So when he was on his game, the way he first needed to be, he was a really good football player. And he's a guy how much should get better once he's in the NFL, once he learns to do that.
If you're thinking about his ceiling, think Dexter Lawrence, the New York Times. That's the type of big man he is that can move. Athletic, can run, can make plays. This is not just a guy that's going to be a fire and sit there. This is a big man that's 330 pounds, and he can run, he can move. He's got to become a better rusher, and I think he has all the tools because he is a twitchy 330 pounds. He uses his hand. I need more out of him in the pass per standpoint, but from a run standpoint, he can lock down the way Dexter Lawrence did at Clemson.
Yeah, the coaching staff of Michigan, Wade Martindale, the defensive coordinator, thinks that this kid has tremendous upside. Anthony Weaver, the defensive coordinator in Miami, they need some beef on the inside. Gave up too many yards after contact. Last year's run defense will help that.
All right, so we're 13 picks into this draft, and as we bring our research producer extraordinaire, Evan Kaplan, into the conversation, these picks have had a very distinctly different feel, Cap, from the first 13 a year ago.
Yeah, Brady, what a difference a year makes, right? Last year, the first 14 picks in the draft were all offensive players. That is the longest streak at any point in the common draft era. So far this year, through 13 picks, 9 offense, 5 defense. That adds up to 14. That's a good Travis Hunter. We're counting on both sides of the ball. And only 1 QB so far in the first 13 picks tonight. We had 6 QBs. Look at this one last year. We'll see where the next one goes. The Indianapolis Colts.
You heard what he just said.
So much in that pick is in. We've been speculating about them taking a tight end all along, and there's one sitting right there for them. Let's see if that's the direction they go. Here's the commit.
With the 14th pick, the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State.
They got him.
Well, they have to be doing a dance in their draft room. This could not have fallen better for the Colts. Tyler Warren is the best tight end in Penn State's rich football history. He won the Mackey Award as the nation's top tight end last year, catching 104 passes now in what proved to be a 16-game season for that Lion.
I like his body style too. He's big. He's, big old target. Got that big old back. Got that big back.
He's a quarterback, left-handed quarterback, Southpaw in high school. Great basketball player in high school. Contested catches go his way. He's got strong hands.
He looks like he played a little bit of basketball.
Powerful young man. Running the football here for the next. Running that football. He's a fullback. He is a powerful guy.
He kind of looks like a fullback built. That's what I was trying to say.
Ransom, the safety from Ohio State. Like I said, he changed through his front passes. It's throwing pass. H-back, some tight end. He can do so many things as that versatile check speed. That's why I thought he may have been a New York Jet. They passed on Bowers, and they passed on Warren for the O-lineman, and that allowed the guy like Tyler Warren. After Russell went a little earlier, Tyler Warren goes to the Colts, and a major need for them.
That's a good fit, I
This
think.
young man, Grady, you just kind of go, this dude is just a flat-out football player. He's a flat-out athlete. He was a 3-sport player in high school. He played baseball, played basketball. You see some of his basketball highlights. They're ridiculous. They're throwing alley-oops and stuff. So he's going up and getting the ball like this.
All right, we're gonna restart the
We got
tickety
to talk
talk.
a couple times this past year, man, and he is, and on top of it, he's so smart. So the ways in which they used him, I mean, in Indianapolis, Shane Steichen's going to be like, hey, look, man, we can put this guy just about anywhere because he's just so smart, has so much mental horsepower, is so versatile. You're right. I mean, he fell right to him. And how cool is that if you're the Indianapolis Colts right now? You got maybe the best player at the position, and he fell right to you, nothing to do with it.
This is such a lifting of all the different places that he lined up over the course of his college career. By the way, the last time the Colts took a first-round tight end worked out pretty well. It was Dallas Clark, who was an All-Pro. And again, the celebrations are on in the hometowns tonight. Mechanicsville, Virginia, pardon me. And as they were celebrating in his home in Glen Allen, they were also celebrating as his high school.
Yeah, he looks like
Congratulations, guys. He produced a first-round pick in the NFL draft. We'll be back in Green Bay in just a moment.
All right, we're on commercial break, guys. We're gonna watch a little bit of this guy's highlights. He was the pick 14 of the round 1, so we are almost halfway through the draft, guys. Let's go. I appreciate everybody for being here. On the clock, we have the Atlanta Falcons with 3 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock. They need edge, defensive tackle, center, safety, wide receiver, according to ESPN. Let's see what we got going on here. Falcons, is that who we're looking for? Falcons. Man, they really need some help. I would say Michael Penix is all right for Michael Penix Jr. is all right for a quarterback. So that's all right. We are on commercial break, guys, so I do appreciate everybody being here. We're just kind of going over the next picks NFL draft. We are on pick 15 of the first round, guys. So we're just kind of going over a little bit of the depth charts, kind of seeing who possibly they need. And let's get into it, guys. Let's get into it. I would say receiver, if anything, on offense. According to ESPN, it looks like they might go defense first. So it looks like they need help too. Like they got some questionable people here at linebacker. So let's see what they do, guys. They got 2 minutes left in the round to decide who are they going to pick. As far as what they're saying best available is Jalen Walker, linebacker out of who is this? I don't know who that is. Or a defensive tackle out of Oregon. So I don't know. You know, I'm not a big Falcons fan, so I don't really know who they would possibly try to pick, you know what I mean? So but we're on commercial break, guys. I do apologize for commercials. Am I sorry for commercials, man? Have it your way, guys. All right, we're commercial free from the
Shedeur Sanders, and this is looking like Aaron Rodgers. It's going to be my former size back in 1984, sort of the second round. They got Brett Favre as well. Geno Smith is before. Guess what? All those quarterbacks started out to be pretty doggone good. So for Shedeur Sanders, the key right now is 21 Pittsburgh. Against Pittsburgh, who maneuvers go get Shedeur Sanders when they win until he falls in their lap, right? That'll be interesting. And guess what? He will come back and want some of these organizations to pass for him.
I don't think so.
The ESPN Draft Day predictor surprised, perhaps, that Shedeur Sanders hasn't been drafted yet, but not stunned. Maybe the bigger surprise is that Jalen Walker is still on the board. Jalen Walker had, according to our predictions, less than a 1% chance still to be available here at the 15th selection. The Atlanta Falcons are a team that certainly could use defensive help. Would that be a pick that makes sense here? Yeah.
The pick is in, guys. Who do the Falcons need?
Quarterback sliding, and these have been some of those that you were talking about.
Yeah, that's the thing. So my grades and all the mocks and everything I was doing then, who was the surprise? You've seen Geno Smith all the way into the second round. Jimmy Bus, second round, right? Brady Quinn.
Oh, welcome on in, guys. I appreciate y'all being here.
Geno, Chad Pennington dropped 18.
Falcons are pick 15.
The
pick is in.
The second round, Dan Marino dropped the end of the first round. Cal Davis and Ken O'Brien went ahead of him. So it worked out really good for 6 of the 8 quarterback. It slid to where they were ranked. We went, well, should do that. For 2 years, guys. Okay, I'll wait on Will. Maybe Will is one on that list.
Welcome on in, guys. I appreciate y'all being here. The pick is in.
Yeah, I think Shedeur Sanders will as well. But it's always important to the players when they go because you want to get drafted as high as possible because there's some satisfaction that comes with that. But where you go ultimately is what matters even more. And he just needs to get to the right place.
And what we're showing here is a look at the uniqueness of Lambeau Field and Green Bay. It isn't just across the street. It isn't just people in their homes celebrating and enjoying themselves here in the shadow of Lambeau Field. Is one of the things that makes this place so extraordinarily special. Lambeau Field, which will this season be hosting the 69th consecutive season of Packers football, making it the longest continuously used stadium in the National Football League. So a special place to hold this extraordinary event. So the Atlanta Falcons, again, a team that has struggled on defense, struggled for pass rush. One of the few teams that has used all of its a lot of time so far to give us all an opportunity to catch up.
We're just waiting on the pick, guys. They should be in. Goodell is at the stage. The Falcons pick should be in.
The Arizona Cardinals on the clock at the end, then Cincinnati, Seattle, Tampa Bay, and Denver rounding out the top 20.
Here he comes. He's coming to the stage.
With the 15th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Walker, defensive end, Georgia.
Well, there he is. That's a new expected to hear earlier. He's the Buffalo Award last year with the nation's best linebacker, 61 tackles and 6.5 sacks for the Bulldogs as they won the SEC. He was a 5-star and a Gatorade Player of the Year coming out of high school in North Carolina. Carolina took Terrell McMillan, did say Jalen Walker. That allows him to slide down here. Jalen Walker led the Georgia Bulldogs in tackles for loss of 10.5 and sacks with 6.5. He was off ball, was well getting after it. He was coming off that edge and good Atlanta plays an edge rusher. For Jalen Walker, this guy is heavy hands. He shorts out opponents back. He's quick to triggers an off-ball linebacker. Physical, taking on blocks. Fits in number 11 in every game for the play this year, guys. Top.
Interesting, Bill. He's an off-the-ball linebacker, but the best thing he does is rush on the edge. Very, very similar to a linebacker that plays for Southwest and Michael Carter. His ability to line up at multiple positions and wreak havoc on the quarterback. He can play off the ball, he can play on the ball, but he was absolutely dynamite coming off the edge. Just ask the Texas Longhorns. They could not do anything with him. Going to fight with a tight end, a guard, a tackle. It does not matter. Heavy hand and an undersized rusher to me. He reminds me of James Harris. I'm not concerned about the dude that he's only 6'1". We saw James Harrison.
I appreciate it. Come on in. Appreciate the like.
And dominate. Coming off the edge, rushing against offensive tackle. I think Jalen Walker can do the exact same thing at the same height.
Yeah, James Walker's a bridge now at 5'11", 250 or whatever he wants.
Yeah,
you know how good he is.
exactly.
But Taylor's interesting because it's not a whole lot of technique involved with him. He just plays so hard, and he's so explosive, and you can see through his core with his hand, and he never gives up. Effort sacks are something that they're not effort sacks in him. It's just normal. That's just the way he plays. But the interesting thing what Raheem Morris does with him and where he plays with him, he does play all over the place. 2 points, hand down, off the ball, slide guy. I said in my notes, I said, this guy's going to be a hell of a blitzer. I pity any running back was to set him up in the A-gap.
Man, he looks like a good fit for the Falcons. He really does.
Be able to play low because this dude is coming. He comes with a lot of fury. I'm looking forward to see what they do with it in order to get the pass rush they need.
So to that point, if the first you don't succeed, just keep
Number 11 there, tracking him down.
This is another effort where he Morris and his team finds some business pass rush. Hopefully it works for him this time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting that Mike Green is still on the floor. So Martin, who's fantastic.
Yeah, yes.
This is the first time the Falcons have used a top 15 pick on a defensive player since Vic Beasley in 2015, and will continue from Green Bay in 30 seconds after this word from Thrivent.
For some of us, personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Loved ones, neighbors, the communities we call home.
My bad.
and the customers
Commercial.
we
Hold on
care
a second, guys.
We help you plan your income picture. Because the most important thing isn't what you get, it's who. It's private, where money means more.
Bro.
Cincinnati, Seattle, Tampa Bay, and Denver will round out the top 20 picks before we get to Pittsburgh at number 21. That's the next one we'll expect to see. Quarterback, not Arizona, 16. What about that Blaze Campbell?
My bad, guys. I lost my page here.
To go through guys, let's all work. Went ahead of that.
All right, there we go. Okay, so on the clock we have Arizona Cardinals. We'll go back to the draft here.
Where they go, see, defense, so it's like right Campbell there, City Hector, a young defensive tackle, or they go corner, safety like Barrett, or Will Jonathan, or up that wide receiver, the Tyler Murray, they matches
Well, that's what I was going to say. You talk about having a young quarterback. It doesn't have to be these wide receivers. It has to be an offensive tackle also to protect them up front. That seems to be the thing. It's helping these young quarterbacks. Look what they did in Carolina. They went got a receiver. Help the young quarterback. Look what they did in Chicago. We got him a tight end. You got to help him, whether with some weapons on the outside or protection up front.
Yeah, look, Jonathan Gannon, the head coach down there on the defensive coordinator, basically runs the defense. They just can't run the pass very well down there. They need some dudes off the edge. They need some dudes on the inside. Or they got one time Josh Sweat from Josh Sweat from the Philadelphia Eagles who want to carry it up in the Super Bowl against Kansas City. And they still do want to see wide receivers.
They drafted one obviously last year high in the draft, and Marvin Harris Jr. had something of an up and down season in his first year there with Arizona and their quarterback Kyler Murray. So the Cardinals pitch is in, and the commissioner's making his way to the stage for the announcement of the Cardinals at 16.
With the 16th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Mississippi.
In two colleges, first at Texas A&M, they had an outstanding season at Ole Miss with 6.5 sacks, where he was a consensus All-American and a finalist for the Outland Trophy.
Their production this year was not the problem. He had as many tackles for loss and sacks took one season as Mason Graham, who we really like, had in 2 seasons combined. So for Walter Nolan, the top, I like the versatility, guys. You can move him around, and he can be disruptive. And I think the fit with Calais Campbell back in Arizona to mentor Walter Nolan. So I think from the standpoint of developing a young player, teaching them right, making him understand what it takes to be a professional football player, this is, I think, what Walter Nolan needs that will benefit him in his career.
And I think the Calais Campbell part is really necessary because Walter Nolan can be as good as he wants to be. He can be dominant, Greeny. He has multiple position versatility, but I line him up in 3 techniques. Because a guy like this has to get vertical, they can hit gaps and get to the quarterback. If you pick a defensive tackle this high, you're expecting impact play. Not just tackle for losses. You want sacks, you won't cause fumble. He's the switchiest defensive tackle in the draft. He's got that. He can get upfield and get around.
He got that. What's that mean, bro? Tell me what that means.
I didn't see it consistently enough. He was a 5-star. He was the number 1 recruit coming out of high school. He's been the guy for a long time. He's worn that burden. So now, as he takes it to the next level, can we get the prize out of him? Can we get the sacks? Can we get the production? That's what I want to see.
That was the thing. Like, I mean, and I hate saying consistency when it comes to players, right? Because not everybody does it all the time. You just want to see that that the pendulum swings to them being much more on than they're off. Walter, when he's on, when you talk about taking gaps, playing on the offensive side of the line of scrimmage, when they move him on stunts and he's slanting and he's running TTs inside the impact, he is disruptive as heck. But then, he'll just disappear and he'll be stuck on blocks anytime he takes the ball. If he can just smooth that out, they got a heck of a play.
Booger, you said it. ESPN ranked him the number 1 recruit in the country coming out of high school in 2020.
All right, so that was the 16th pick in round 1. Walter Nolan, defensive tackle out of Ole Miss for the Cardinals. Now on the clock is the Bengals. We got commercial break, guys, so we're going to turn it down here a little bit so we don't get any type of violations here and whatnot. So let's just discuss a little bit. The Bengals are on the clock. It looks like their pick is in, but of course we've always got to wait for commercial breaks, right? So I do apologize for fucking commercials. They suck. So apparently, according to ESPN, the Cincinnati Bengals need cornerback, edge rush, wide receiver, tight end, and offensive guard. So let's go over here to the Bengals and see what kind of help they need. So they got Joe Burrow at quarterback. They got Chase Brown, Zach Moss, running back. Wide receiver, they got Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Jermaine Burton, and a couple of lesser name folks. We won't go through everybody. They look like they might need, if I can remember right, they might need some offensive guard and line help. Now, I do agree with ESPN here as far as guard, and it looks like they need some help defensively as well. So, and apparently they need a wide receiver and tight end. I guess maybe they're getting a little old. I don't know. I don't know, guys. All right, guys. So, pick 17, round 1. What are the Bengals going to do? Any thoughts? Any thoughts? I'm thinking, just go with Will Johnson, best available. So, I think that's what they're going to do. I think that's what they're going to do. But we shall see, guys. Not really a big Bengals fan. I'm kind of a Bengals hater. So, I think they're going to go with a corner because they need help in the playoffs. Guarding are the Chiefs' receivers. Because we're going to have some receivers this year. Promise you. Promise you. Rice is coming back, right? We got a rookie last year that stepped up big time for us, right? And I think, what's his name? From the Cardinals. He was the Cardinals receiver. Hollywood Brown. I think he'll be on it. I say us, personally, we need probably a replacement tight end on offense. So we shall see what they shall do. All right, the pick is in. The Cincinnati Bengals, what are they going to do? Let's see. More pass rush is what Schefter is reporting. Pick is in. Let's see what they say.
Of the 2 wide receivers. So the offense looking good. The defense major questions. Here's the commissioner who has the 17th pick. As we begin the second half of the first round of the draft, the commissioner enjoying the new goal performance and with the selection.
With the 17th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart, defensive end, Texas A&M.
Wow.
All right, so he was a top 10 national recruit coming out of Miami. Does he ever look the part? The athleticism off the charts. But no, we've talked about it throughout the draft process. There's 4.5 sacks in 3 seasons at College Station. So it's a difference between the traits and the production. Providence Greece and AOG's block the LT beta. That's AOG's another occupation guy, right? The guy's a lot big play, professional football, specialized and handled Shamar Stewart. 1.5 sacks the last 3 years, that's 4.5 for his career. The last 7 games of the year, 3 successive seasons, he didn't record a sack. This against college offensive linemen. Now, you want to say, boy, Ethan Neal Hunter? Good Ethan Neal Hunter has 4.5 career back, 1.5 hits last year at LSU. He's got 99.5 sacks. He averages 11 sacks a year in the NFL. That's an outlier, right? Little Shamar Stewart, who we know about an LT figure looks the part, 6'5", 267, 4'5", 40, 160, 10, 34 and 8 arms, and a 40 vertical. Are you kidding me? He should be getting double-digit sacks. So what's the problem?
Phil, here's the thing I'll tell you. I'd rather drive a Mercedes than a pickup truck because I like to drive fast. At least I know I can go fast in the Mercedes. And it's up to the defensive line coach to get the best out of him.
He's playing linebacker mostly here in these highlights.
He has the potential to be a double-digit sack guy in the National Football League. A lot of destruction, not a lot of production, but the tools are there. Mike Tomlin has the saying.
We're watching the wrong guy.
Coaching, I wouldn't have a job. He needs coaching. He needs to understand his pass rush move and how to finish at the quarterback. That's what the NFL is about. I love this shit for the Cincinnati Bengals, and I just wonder how this is going to impact Trey Hendrickson and what they do with him.
So they need somebody like Trey Hendrickson around. Throws this young man out the rest of that, right? Think of some of the players he played with. We have other guys you can sit and watch. So he's not just going to be on their new defensive coordinator out cold. He can't just be the one who's going to teach this young man how to pass rush. There's got to be people in the locker room that are going to help him go. He plays hard as hell. I mean, hard. They move him from a 9 technique outside the tackle, they'll put him over the nose. And he can collapse the pocket, but he just doesn't have a plan.
The Horizon Business takes it back to the stage. Molly is with Shamar.
Thanks, Brittany. Shamar, scouts and GMs all rave about your physical gifts. You have a longer wingspan than LeBron James. How were you built?
All right, so that was the Bengals pick.
I'm built for made for Amar, but
Hey, no.
Bengals new defensive coordinator Al Golden, known for
All right, so that was Smart Stewart for the Bengals. On the clock, we have the Seattle Seahawks. According to ESPN, they need wide receiver, offensive guard, offensive tackle, center, and edge rush. Who will they pick? Best available, best fit, or will they go with somebody else? Let's take a look at their depth chart real quick.
did expect to hear her name early tonight. Mike Green still on the board. Pass rushers in this draft. It was interesting to see in which order they would.
Okay, so the Seahawks have Sam Darnold, Drew Lock, okay, Kenneth Walker. 15 seconds. Commercial break.
With Robin, your personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. Robin, where money means more.
In Green Bay, the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. An interesting offseason for Seattle after they send away Geno Smith and they sign up Sam Darnold. So it's sort of a new era there with their second-year coach Mike McDonald. What direction should we be expecting now for the Seattle Seahawks here picking at number 8? So we talked about a lot about the interior of the offensive line. And Tyler Booker is gone. And there's other guys who are available. I think we talked about Bush and Lou, and that's where Braves able North Dakota State. I know the teams in the late first round were hoping he would slide through the cracks, but the versatility to play every position on the offensive line. Practice at center at the Senior Bowl. Braves able. I know he could have gone anywhere he wanted. He stayed at North Dakota State, loyal to that program, and he can play anywhere on that line. But he will be a Pro Bowl guard at the pro level.
It's interesting that they feel really good about their two tackles, those young tackles they taken in the draft. Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas, they feel really good about those tackles, and I agree with Mel, attacking the interior of the line is the way to go.
Flip notice we relate the trade so far. The fewest in any first round in the comments out there, but it's 3. We'll see if those start. But here's the commission.
Here's the commissioner, guys. Oh, my bad.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Grady Zabel, guard, North Dakota State.
So there he is. Well, there's your guy. You just mentioned it. He had offers to leave North Dakota State, but stayed in part so he could play with his brother. And as a result, he won his second FCS championship last year. Got invited to the Senior Bowl. It was great there. This, by the way, is the 4th year in the last 5 the Bison have had an offensive lineman selected in the draft.
Danny Landry starts the first 3 games of Matt Guard in 2023. Moved to right tackle for the rest of that season. This past year is a left tackle for North Dakota State. He's getting the job done again, getting it done there. Started the final 36 games of his career. 41 overall at left tackle, left guard, and right guard. Practice at center at the Senior Bowl in Lewis. Technique and a fiery approach. He's got a defensive mentality. Brandon Zabel, I know that in Mobile, impressed a lot of offensive line. So,
certainly with his play on the interior, center, and the guard. You go back to 23, as you mentioned, and you watch him there, where he started those games at left guard. He looked like a Pro Bowler. He looked like a guy who's going to be all rookie immediately, and he's going to challenge for a Pro Bowl spot. The arm length does show up in tackle for him. He doesn't have that kind of physical range to deal with some of the pass rushers he can deal with in the NFL. But at guard, he's plug and play.
So he's headed to Seattle. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be next. Congratulations to Greg Zabel and his family. Again, the Bucs are on the clock, then the Broncos, then the Steelers. When will we have our next quarterback selected? We'll find out shortly. We're live in Green Bay. We're back in a moment on ESPN.
So, guys, we're just watching a little bit of highlights here from Gray Zabel out of North Dakota State. Just got picked with the 17th overall pick by, the 18th overall pick by the Seattle Seahawks. On the clock, we have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They need, according to ESPN, they need cornerback, edge rush, linebacker, receiver, tight end. Best available is cornerback Will Johnson. And best fit is edge rusher James Pierce out of Tennessee. So let's see who the Tampa Bay Buccaneers might need. While we're on commercial break, guys, I do appreciate everybody for being here over there on TikTok. Please so show your support by commenting, liking, sharing, and please, by all means, send some gifts. Jay. She almost attacked my TV. She almost killed it. Killed it. All right. So they got Baker Mayfield. I think he might need, a little bit of help. So they do need quite a bit of defensive help. So yeah. Let's see who they go with, guys. We're on commercial break, so I do please appreciate any support. Like, comment, subscribe. I appreciate it. Everybody, please. Appreciate it very much. Means a lot, helps a lot, and we can always hope and dream here, guys. Hope and dream. Dreams. Guys, what are we doing here? What are we doing here?
Graduates, today you enter the real world, ready for whatever lies ahead, except for the following, which are likely.
All right, so I'm probably gonna say, if I was the Buccaneers, your offense seems pretty on point. Maybe tight end, maybe some offensive line help, right? But I'm going to say they're going to need to stiffen their defense a little bit. Yes, I did say stiffen. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to go defense here, but will they go Will Johnson, best available, or will they go edge rush, which is the best fit for them? And we will see with the 19th overall pick. We're on commercial break, guys, so we're just going to have to deal with it. Okay.
We would have Shedeur Sanders still on the board available as we arrive at the 19th pick, which is where we are now. Well, as you can see, with about 50-50, he would be there at 13. The percentages continue to drop, and we were a few picks away from the Steelers at 21. Adam Schefter, what can you tell? Well, we're not going to see Shedeur gets 19 or 20. The Buccaneers are sticking at 19. The Broncos are sticking at number 20, and that would put us to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21. That is going to a lot of people have yet to let this take it. It's not just the organization. My top one is the same. That's the service.
So on TV right now, they're showing Deion Sanders and Shamar Sanders on TV at their place that they're celebrating because they are not at the draft tonight. And does that have any effect, do you think, on where they get picked? All right, so we got the pick in from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let's listen in.
Here comes the commissioner with the 19th selection.
With the 19th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Emeka Egbuka.
It's a little bit of a surprise, a terrific player. We thought they had no defense, but if you think of all the great pass catchers Ohio State has sent to the NFL, even in the last handful of years, consider Emeka Egbuka is the school's all-time leading receiver now, 205 catches over 4 seasons.
Yeah, the only thing really slowed Emeka Egbuka down was that left ankle injury in 2023. Missed 3 games since season, came back at 41 catches. Year prior to that, he had 74 catches for 15, 6 average, and 10 touchdowns. This past year, 81 catches, 12-5 average, and 10 touchdowns. I'm calling him a professional receiver. You know what you're getting with Emeka Egbuka. Once he ran that 4.47 40, that solidified him as a late first, maybe even a mid first, but Emeka Egbuka running under 4.5 with the kind of production and versatility and the approach, that workman-like professional approach is how he became a first-round draft pick.
Think about where Emeka plays primarily, right? In the slot. He's the guy who can also win outside. Real tough inside, making hefty catches straight in the middle of the field. Who does that for Tampa Bay? Chris Godwin. Chris Godwin's coming off of a very, very significant injury. This makes you wonder. They must be concerned a little bit about what's going on with Chris Godwin and maybe his availability, who knows, for 2025. Because this is not for certain. Mike Evans is getting a little bit older. This is a little bit of a curveball to pick. But when you start trying to think about why this may have happened, you kind of have to start like really following the breadcrumbs.
It also makes you wonder if you're Tampa, who's going to rush the passer? You said we were thinking defense.
Yes.
They need an edge rusher. They signed Hassan Reddick on a 1-year deal. They need more shoots coming off the edge in the side balls defense.
Well, Booker, you live in Tampa, and you've been telling me all along.
I don't know, guys. I think that was a good pick, a good fit for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Baker Mayfield definitely needs some help with wide receiver.
It's a terrific player that needs to see Todd Bowles, the coach of the Buccaneers. So the
So I think it was a very good pick by them. Very great receiver, big-bodied out of Ohio State. I think that's a great fit for Tampa Bay. I don't know what these guys are talking about. But anyways, we are on round 1, pick 20 of the 2025 NFL Draft, guys. Please make sure you like, comment, subscribe. I do appreciate it very much. Love you. So on the clock, we have the Denver Broncos. According to ESPN, they need running back, wide receiver, defensive tackle, center, and tight end. So best available, still a cornerback at Will Johnson. And best to fit, defensive tackle, Derek Harmon. Who will they pick? Who will they pick, guys? We are going to go with the Denver Broncos. So they have Bo Nix as quarterback. They have Jaleel McLaughlin for running back. Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims, and yeah, they're going to need receiver, I think, guys. Evan Ingram, tight end. Offensive lineman, I mean, some people that I don't know just because I'm not a Broncos fan. I'm kind of a Broncos hater, right? Okay. And then defense. I don't know none of these people, but Patrick Surtain II. Yeah, I'm thinking they're gonna need they're gonna need some offense to help Bo Nix a little bit. So that's what I'm gonna go with. They're gonna go offense, either probably. I'm gonna probably say running back. I don't know. If I was him, I would get best available. Help yourself guard our receivers and Mahomes because he's gonna eat you up, bro. I promise you. All right, so the Denver Broncos are on the clock, guys. They got 1 minute to get their pick in, and we'll see what they need. We'll see what they do, guys. I appreciate everybody being here, everybody's support. It helps out a lot. Please make sure you comment, like, send some gifts, bitch ass motherfuckers. Just kidding.
This stuff works guaranteed. This stuff works on big lawns and small lawns, and I guess you can. This stuff works without killing your lawn. This stuff works.
Send me some money.
This stuff works in Knoxville, Bronx, Rockville, Marysville. This is Roundup. This stuff works.
All right, guys. On the clock, we have the Denver Broncos, our rival in our division. What are they going to do? Tune in to find out. Welcome back to Green Bay, guys. We're back from a commercial here at the draft. Up next is the Denver Broncos.
With Shedeur, I'm amazed right now that he's still on board. I look there, Roger. New Orleans, hey, I'm going to wait and see who makes a move to get Shedeur here before I start talking about those organizations that will want them. Will Johnson, we don't let the injuries that affected where he went.
Nobody's going to be. Nobody's not here. Okay, come on. Let's be honest.
They need a running back who's complete. He is the help out Bo Nix. Josh Simmons was the best tackle before he got hurt in October in that game against Oregon. That's why he's still available. Left tackle can play guard as well. And I'm surprised Matthew Golden. Once he ran 4.29. On the heels of a great year at Texas.
The pick is in for the Broncos. Who are the
Golden did anything, everything in Texas. Got open, fought the ball, and then ran great. I'm really surprised Golden's still here at this point in the draft. Then an interesting night, very strange one in some ways. We had the enormous trade at the very beginning. Jacksonville moving up from 5 to 2.
There's been a lot of offensive line in the draft so far. Let's see who the Broncos pick.
Any first round in the common draft era was 3. And that goes back to 1971.
Ghosts.
Recent time. So we generally had a lot more than that. The Broncos pick is in, and here comes the
Here comes the commissioner.
To make the selection.
April is World Wish Month, and the NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. Yes. One of those wishes will be coming true right now. Sam is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who has bravely battled cancer. His wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. Please join me in cheering on Sam as his wish comes true.
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
Didn't even go with the best available.
It's a wonderful moment. And Jahdae Barron, the young man, grew up in Austin, much decorated in his final season with the Longhorns. Now, a consensus All-American won the Jim Thorpe Award as the best defensive back in the country, had 5 interceptions on the field. He had 2 Texas Longhorns ran great combine. Needed to pass and go. I've been talking about the 4.29. How about today, Barron? Like a 4.39. The sophomore run 4.45 to 4.5 at 5'11", 195 pounds. Plays everywhere in that secondary for Texas. I thought about it. Doesn't miss so many tackles at all. He had 67 tackles, 5 interceptions, 11 pass breakups. This year, short tackler, instinctive, versatile guy. He can play anywhere in the deep patrol.
Yeah, this is another guy that Steve Sarkisian, the head coach of Texas, just raves about. He raves about Barron because of the fact that he's a great locker room guy. He's a guy who can fit in with everyone. He's kind of a spokesman for a team. He kind of settles everyone down. and can charge on the football field, you're right. He's still reversible. Can play inside and outside. Has great instincts, great vision, route development, understanding, and the willingness to come up and hit. Play strong at the catch point. That's what Vance Jones is going to want out there in Denver, where they play some pretty good defense. Him and Patrick Surtain second. That's a pretty good group of performers right now when you talk about the Denver Broncos.
And if you start to look at it, he's a faster version of what Brian Branch does for the Detroit Lions. A multiple position player that can play inside, outside, and play in the middle of the field. He can do it all.
That's a great pick by the Denver Broncos. They need some help in the secondary to try to, try to stop Mahomes and the Chiefs, and also the Chargers as well. So great pickup by the Broncos, I think. Great addition, and I think it's a good pickup for the Broncos. Even though I'm a Broncos hater, definitely a good pick. Alrighty, guys. So let's see. We got the 21st pick up on next. We got the Pittsburgh Steelers. According to ESPN, they need quarterback, cornerback, wide receiver, running back, offensive tackle. So a lot of offensive help. Are they going to pick Shedeur Sanders? Is his time finally going to come? We will find out.
Some role in Pittsburgh's decision as they make this pick here at 21. But we're waiting to see if this is the spot. Shedeur Sanders will finally hear his name. Steelers have no second round pick. That went to Seattle for DJ Metcalf. They're sitting here with a pick. We talked about Derek Carmen. Derek Carmen, defensive tackle out of Oregon. They're being mentored by Cam Hayward. Cam Hayward can't play great forever, right? He's a Hall of Famer, but he's during two more years, maybe three. So you bring in maybe Derek Carmen. How do you feel about Shedeur at 21? Top is 5. This organization has not had won a playoff game in 9 years. And I think it seems it's a long time, but 21. Then they didn't win a playoff game in 9 years.
9 years, the Steelers. The pick is in. Who are we going to do, guys? Let's check a look and see what we got going on here.
Where's the young quarterback coming in? Like, I'm taking shorts, man. I prefer in New Orleans. I don't know what to say. Taking there. That's their decision. I disagree with it. But if I'm Pittsburgh, Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur Sanders. I mean, he has to go here, right? That's that's literally the only thing that makes sense. Let's see, guys.
Second quarterback's name. Or will the drop continue? Here comes Roger Goodell with the announcement.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Carmen, defensive tackle, Oregon.
You can hear the roar in this crowd that it is acknowledged of many, and it is in the state. Let's talk about Derek Carmen. The young man can rush the passer, but the interior of that D-line with all defensive tackles and quarterback centuries. With 34 now, he was fabulous at the combine. He's from Detroit. Started his career at Michigan State, had 1 season at Oregon. A really good season. If he did something at Oregon that he didn't do at Michigan State was compete. He could be consistent on a game-to-game basis. He really, this year, took his game from a competitive standpoint to a new level. I know Michigan State kept waiting for it to really hit home and really develop. And then player that's talent indicated he could be. And this year he did it. He was disruptive. He got the backfield. He hit Quinshon Judkins in that game on October 12th. Plus that fumble in Ohio State had all the momentum. You watch the guys. He can get into the backfield. Plays a little high, but he is a guy can learn from Cam Hayward. Look, man, will they win? That position, that team, and having a guy that can be maybe heir apparent to Cam Hayward against the quarterback, Shedeur Sanders, they opted for Derek Carmen because they love the fact he could be the next guy to take over.
I mean, it's the Steelers. You talk about right? Cam Hayward getting a little longer in his feet. This is something that's going to be now, which is
They're not going to draft a quarterback.
He led all defensive tackles.
Pretty much, it's not going to do.
Pressure from the inside. When you look at Keanu Benton, they took out of Wisconsin. He's played well, but getting to the passer hasn't been his forte. This is an opportunity to fortify the defensive front. Again, pass to the quarterback, fortify the defensive front with TJ Watt. I like what the Steelers are doing. You just wonder, without Aaron Rodgers, who's going to play quarterback position for them?
That's a great question. We don't know right now. It'll be Mason Rudolph.
One wonders if they know it. By the way, the Steelers' last first-round defensive lineman was Cam Hayward, whom they selected 31st in 2011. So there's the celebration in the Steelers draft room. The question is, when will the next quarterback come off the board? Coming back and find out. The Chargers are on the clock. We're back in.
Chargers are on the clock. According to ESPN, they need wide receiver, tight end, defensive tackle, offensive guard, and running back. Who will be the next pick in the NFL draft 2025? We got round 1, pick 22 on the clock. The Chargers with 5 minutes left. With 5 minutes left, guys. What's it going to be? Are we going to see some crazy stuff coming off the board? And how long is Shadar Neon Dion Clammers going to be on the board? So we got the Chargers on the clock. I think they're going to go probably wide receiver, I think. Or they need to solidify their line a little bit to help, what's his name? You know what I mean? Because, what's his name? Justin Herbert needs a little bit of help, bro. I know they got Ladd last year. They got Quentin Johnson, who's a very good wide receiver. And they still have Mike Williams, but Mike Williams is getting really old. And so we'll have to see. I think they need to solidify their line a little bit. And possibly, right, some defensive pressure help, right? You know what I mean? To help, get to Mahomes a little bit. I think that might be a good start. Maybe some pressure from the Chargers. And I think they got a nice little squad, right? Of course, they always look good on paper, of course. But I say defensive line help, linebacker help would be a great start. So let's see what they do. Let's see what they do. On the clock, we have the Chargers. Guys, the Chargers. Guys, they're over there on TikTok. Make sure you please like and follow, and please like and please comment and please follow. Thank you. Did I mention follow? Did I mention follow? Okay, so the previous pick was pick 21 by the Steelers. He had Derek Harmon, a defensive tackle out of Oregon. So I think, honestly, that's what the Chargers needed to pick, was that guy, Derek Harmon out of Oregon. That would have probably definitely helped, get to Mahomes a little bit more. Because I think we're going to go offensive line heavy. I really do. So, but we're back here. According to Mel, Shadir Sanders is best.
And Denver took Sinead Barron, the quarterback, in fact, with solid slot answers to drop a little bit to running back on a big lead, 3 lead here. Johnson, what is that top 5, top 10 that can happen for an injury? Sadly, he should be ready to go to training camp. Here, back he goes. He gets it with the Chargers. They're looking for as well. 2 catches of football. That's great speed, but Chargers needs right now. Here are offensive lines, wide receiver, tight end, and they could not stop the run. 27, the Coach Harry had the outlets. There isn't any question, however, this has become now the story of the night. Shadur Sanders, according to our draft day predictor, there was a 96% chance that he would be selected in the first 21 picks entering this draft. 21 being the operative numbers of the Steelers. So we are now in
I should have made a bet.
where we wait to see if any team chooses to trade up from the second round to make the aggressive. Now, we always act like we're in the 6th round of the draft right now, which we're there rather than picked. So if we're still where we are.
A little bit of music there I can't fucking play because of YouTube.
Miami didn't take him, goes to New Orleans, right? How'd that work? Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, Kirk Cousins, fourth round pick. They're all positional, drop back, pocket passes. I didn't mention the greatest of all time, Tom Brady, sixth round pick. So just think about that pick. The NFL didn't like him back with Johnny Unitas. Came out of Louisville, they didn't like him now. Now you can turn 9 out of 10 times. Definitely.
But I don't know if it's safe that the NFL doesn't like them. I think the NFL is saying that those quarterbacks, maybe like Shaquille Sample, they don't do anything special. So we talked about already in the show about people getting wild with the
Getting old, guys.
all these different things. Shaquille Sample plays point guard in the pocket, and maybe they're not valuing that in the first round. But you know what?
He does do something special. The first thing that's more not do wins a respectable quarterback show by. That's the first thing that they talk about when they're talking about what does it take to play quarterback at a high level in the NFL. They don't say wild throw. They don't say great breaks. They say exactly what you said in your own highlight. Decision making, yes. Accuracy. That's what they say. Fedora has made great decisions in the pocket, outside the pocket. When he's getting his head knocked off, he makes that decision. He throws the ball back to me. The whole arm strength thing, I mean, come on. How many times? He's a nice passer of the football. It's as simple as that. He just is.
I don't know, guys. I think he's overrated myself.
Every team he likes, he likes players just a matter of.
There's a reason he's going, dropping.
They figure for him, if we're looking at, we're judging the landscape right here, we don't need to chase top 15 prices, top 20
Then
prices.
say TikTok University Candy. What does that mean? Come on, guys, shut up. He's not Shakur. He's not gonna have a Drew Brees type of career, man. It's only one trade made, and only one quarterback drafted in the first round. The pick is in. Who is the Chargers going to draft? Let's find out.
This isn't going to be the fun. So the Chargers are on the clock here, then we will have all-time Green Bay Packers. So no doubt we're going to jolt from this crowd. You see Jim Harbaugh's team that's made its selection. Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 22nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion Hampton, running back, North Carolina.
Now a player you back-to-back monster seasons for the Tigers, over 1,500 yards in 2023, over 1,600 last year, 30 touchdowns on the ground, and he added 67 catches as well.
Yeah, just turned 22 on March 16th. I thought he'd be Denver Broncos. They go to the division. Now he can block the Broncos a little bit.
For the Chargers, Jim Harbaugh wants to run football. Obviously, it's not the run something they couldn't do last year as well. So they want to run the football. Morgan Hampton at 220 plus pounds, ran 4.46. Talk about a guy at 620 carry his career. That's 128 fewer than Ashton Jenkins. So a lot of tread left on those tires. Piles on that contact and being able to go run through contact. He will do that. Excels at picking up yards and breaking tackles after that contact with a leg drive, the determination, and that breakaway speed. He possesses very good hands as well. Had a career high 38 receptions, 2 touchdown catches this year. Doesn't have the elusiveness of a Jenkins and the ability there to make people miss on a consistent basis. Pass blocking needs to improve just a bit. But the athleticism and what cut he can go. Morgan Hampton will hit that hole hard, and he will break tackles. He is a game breaker. Joe Mixon 120 touchdowns. That's Joe Mixon. That's what it looks like. Joe Mixon wearing North Carolina means.
And you put him in this offense where they want to run the football, the hardball coming downhill. This is a perfect fit for Mario now.
All right, and so as the National Football League has now taken to bringing the draft on the road, we will reach that moment that we look forward to every year. The home team is on the clock. And just listen,
to these fans in Green Bay. The Pro chance. Hundreds of thousands.
All right, so on the clock, we got the Green Bay Packers at pick 23. They got 5 minutes on the clock. According to ESPN, they need a cornerback, offensive tackle, wide receiver, edge, and defensive tackle. So let's just take a look at the Green Bay Packers. Always looking for edge rushers. They probably need corners. They look like they're a little light on corners. And then, you know, they're going to have, I would say pick Will Johnson right here. Do it. That's my yes.
That's what it's going to be. And there's going to be some questions about it. He's in that area right now. The team that need a corner. A guy like this, a guy who, again, Rick Martindale, who coached him up there at Michigan, said, look, this guy has hands, has ball field like Champ Bailey. The guy can snatch the ball and take the ball at the end like that. You think the Pack doesn't need that? This comes down to the medical. Simple as that. Are they comfortable? Will they project forward how long he's going to wind up still playing in the NFL? What's going to be the risk? All of that, that's what's going to come down to Will Johnson. And there's something to do with how something in place. He's fantastic.
Especially with what they have going on with Jair Alexander. To me, this has got to be edge or quarterback. You got Mike Green on the table who led the nation sacks last year. So edge or corner are placed between them.
Yeah, an underrated guy we haven't even discussed yet. It's going to go in the late first, early second. Donovan Ezra-Rocky. All this kid does is get after the quarterback. He was a sack machine. And he plays hard. Now, he's 247 pounds. I think so.
Command guys. How about James Pierce? Yes, James Pierce is sliding down. James Pierce will look great now. But he is. He paid first pound. But again, it's about trust. It's about how comfortable are you. But there's no reason James Pierce should be on the board right now. When you watch the tape, there's no reason he should be on the board. But you're getting into that area of the draft, maybe where teams have.
You're saying that about like half of these people, okay? Like Shadar fucking Sanders, whatever the fuck he just said, and what's this other guy, Will Johnson? He said that about him. So this guy does not.
Which one do you think you can mitigate the big one? I'll tell you what. And then what risk is for the person? I mean, there it says, like, does he have ideal mental? And as far as the team is concerned, we report that the side of the earth. Who's a great kid, a great person.
And I'll tell you, two other kids, man, as UCLA Bruins, I call them having an entry with the Kentucky Derby coming up for Saturday night. How about old them to go to the Day Show and Carson Schlesinger? Schlesinger off ball was everywhere, man. Best instincts in the draft. And all the Day Show, when they moved them off ball outside, so those are two UCLA Bruins going to be really good late one, early two, impressive.
So all the speculation here at this test has been about defense. I've had a lot of Packer fans come up to me this week and say, really, we never take a wide receiver.
I've said his name about 5 times already with pitch. Now, they're going to me. I think it's a 1 year production.
No.
2 years. And then this year, it's supposed to be, I think, if I'm with Matthew Golden, then Matthew Golden down to 4.29. I don't know what else the kid needed to do. Yeah, you'd like to see 2 years in Texas. We only had 1 season, and he did it all, and then he ran great. Matthew Golden here, if you take me in the late first round, when Miller already went, the boot already went.
But Steve Sarkisian, he's such a great guy to talk to, get insight about his players and about why they develop the way they do. And he said that about Matthew Golden. It took him some time when he got him in order to kind of get him comfortable in his offense. And he wound up to get over Golden. Many people thought it was going to be Isaiah Bond. And he said, look, This guy will do it exactly the way you asked him to. The reason why he ran so fast, he said, I promise you, he worked at it. Somebody expects him to run that fast. But the technical work has exceeded
So that reaction to hearing of the words the pick is in just pops up on the screens here, as you can see on your screen as well. So the Packer fans all in attendance waiting to hear who their team will add in this first round tonight. Been a fascinating first round. Again, we've had only one quarterback come off the board. We've had only one trade. There have never been fewer than 3 first round trades.
Never.
The last time that we had that few was back in 1971. So the Packers will like to secure at 23. The division rivals, the Minnesota Vikings, will be up next at 24, followed by Houston, and then the Rams. So we continue to wait for spots where a quarterback may go, and now we're looking here at the Green Bay Packers set to make their pick. So the pick is in. That's all the commissioner will be making his way to the stage shortly. A Packer team that had some good moments last year, made a playoff run, but played in such a tough, competitive division. The Vikings obviously had that break here, and the Detroit Lions, despite all their defensive injuries, finishing as the number 1 seed in the NFC, falling short of that playoff run as well. So, Packer fans here, dancing and singing and waiting to hear where they go until the commissioner is finally now going to make his way out. So,
All right, here it comes.
And here comes the commissioner with a very special guest who will be very well received here in Green Bay.
Okay, Green Bay, it's your time. To make this historic pick, please give it up for first team All-Pro, Pro Bowler, 2-time Super Bowl champion, and Packers president and CEO, Mark Murphy.
Thank you, Roger. How about this atmosphere? It's unbelievable. Roger, thank you and the NFL for bringing the draft here in Green Bay for the best draft in the history of the NFL. Right here. On behalf of the Packers, Packer fans here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and everywhere, because our fans are everywhere, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL Draft at Lambeau Field. It is our honor and privilege to host this wonderful event in our community, particularly since we are the only community team in the NFL. Just out of curiosity, how many of you are owners? We also have the best owners in the NFL. And we also want to celebrate the special connection we have with our fans that dates back to the early days of professional football. With the 23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers, for the first time since 2002, left the wide receiver. Matthew Golden.
Wow. They did it, guys. Listen to that crowd. Holy crap.
For so many reasons, there is no other team in professional sports quite like the Green Bay Packers, and Mark Marshall did a great job of explaining some of those, and so that was the kind of moment you practically cannot get anywhere else in sports. Matthew Golden is going to address the crowd. Let's see what he says. Sorry, went to the microphone, but perhaps not. Well, he'll address my instead. It's baby. I am up for the green energy. It's a blessing. Green Bay 3. Hey, let me get a Green Bay 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, Verizon Business to Molly, who is with the man of the moment. Molly.
That was a warm welcome from your new fan base. What is it like to stand here in front of all these Packers fans?
Man, it's a blessing. You know, I put in so much work to get here, and I got my family here, man. They mean the most to me, man. I can't thank God enough. I can't thank God enough.
At Texas, you stepped up big when the lights were brightest. How will you do that here in Green Bay?
That's what you should expect from me, man. You know, I'm a reliable target, and, you know, I get up anywhere on the field, man. Whatever the team need me to do, that's what I'm willing to do. But I'm bringing that dog mentality, you know that?
All right, welcome home.
Thank you.
Now, you mentioned the combine 4.29. That opened a lot of eyes. 58 catches, 9 touchdowns in his one season at Texas.
The 16th ranked player on that big board. Packers sitting at tip number 23. We've done that this year. 9 games, he averaged 20 plus yards per catch. He is with the Houston Cougars over a 2-year period. He has 76 catches, averaged 13 yards a catch, and 13 touchdowns at Texas this year. He was outstanding, and he came up big at critical moments in key games. That CC championship game against Georgia, really impressive with 8 catches, 162 yards. Quarterfinal playoff game against Arizona State, 7 catches, 149 yards, and another touchdown. He had 2 or 3 concentration drop. That was it. He's a guy who gets open. He can handle tight coverage. He catches the ball in traffic. He's tough across the middle. He's quick out of his break. He sells the route. And I was impressed with the consistency.
I think that was a very good pick by the Green Bay Packers. They've never, or they said they haven't picked a wide receivers in since 2002 in the first round, and so that's 23 years without drafting a receiver in the first round. That is absolutely crazy, guys. And you know, I am a Chiefs fan through and through. Okay, but I do have respect for the Green Bay Packers as a franchise, as an organization. And I do kind of like them being good, because Green Bay being good means it means you know, the NFL's doing good. Okay, I promise you, Green Bay Packers doing good, NFL's doing good. Okay. All right, so we got it spoiled here with the 24th pick.
In the 2025 draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State.
All right, so there's a reaction from the crowd. Versatility is the word that comes to mind. He started 31 games at left guard for the Buckeyes, then kicked out to left tackle and played great. So Donovan Jackson goes to Minnesota, but I'm told to go. Adam Schefter has breaking news for us. Schefter, what can you help?
Breaking news.
Said this would be the quarterback range, and the New York Giants have just traded back into the first round to pick number 25, which belongs to the Houston Texans. In return, they're giving up pick 34, pick number 99, and a third-round pick in 2026. The Giants at 25 are on the clock.
They're gonna get their quarterback.
This is exactly what we were waiting for, Mel. The Giants getting their man at the top after Carter not taking the quarterback there. If they turn it around and get the quarterback they're looking for here, this could turn out to be a magnificent night for the Giants.
Oh my gosh, the Giants traded back into the first round. Who are they going to draft? I think they're going to go after their quarterback.
Certainly Jackson Dart, he can beat you with his leg. Hit 1,500 rushing yards the last 3 years. But if you're looking for traits, Jackson Dart has them for Shador on paper. I'm a Shador guy, love him. Jackson Dart, I like. And I think hey, he's my guy. Because he can move around and he can have those games where he can beat you with his leg, third and eight, he can run for 30 yards. Okay, and he can make the throw.
Wait, maybe.
6'6", 23
You gotta go potty?
Great pocket. Start fishing more with his leg. And not only that, the pocket
Rolls under pressure in his face. It's outstanding. He stands in that pocket, makes a big pound throw. I heard 3 weeks ago, Shedeur Sanders, the quarterback for me.
I think the Giants are about to pick Sanders. 100%.
That's a meltdown. That particularly the Florida game was meltdown late.
Who did they pick in the first round?
Very short timeout. We're going to come back. The New York Giants are on the clock. Adam Schefter has told us to expect a quarterback. Which one will it be? We will find out right after this live and bring back ESPN.
Yeah, they got a defensive player. Okay. The Giants have Russell Wilson, bro. Are we sure that's real? Where are they going to draft a quarterback, though? So they can, like, learn behind him for a year, or what? Is that going to be the play for the Giants? I don't know, guys. What can they possibly do? Let me let my dogs out real quick. Why it's commercial.
With Indeed, you can avoid awkward conversations from the start.
Come on, baby, you want a treat? No, get it inside at the tree. Come on. Okay.
So mom uses Chewy to get its flea and tick meds at a great price, delivered fast, right to their door. For quality meds, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Welcome back, guys. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for their support. And please, if you have time, please share, like, comment. Thank you very much.
Take that man, Shedeur Sanders, the Big 12 offensive player of the year. At Ole Miss, opinions have been split between these two.
Jackson Dart. I think the better fit.
Since the beginning of the season,
Again, we are waiting. The commissioner can make the announcement right now. The Giants who picked at number 3 in this draft, taking Abdul Carter, the defensive end out of Penn State. This was how many of the Giants fans definitely hoped the night would go. Get the pass rusher early, find a way to get the quarterback you want. A little bit later in round 1 of the tiers, that's what they have done. So we are awaiting the commission on
The Giants make it move.
onto the stage to announce the Giants.
There it is. What are they going to do? The Houston Texans have traded the 25th pick to the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart. Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
Wow. All right. You know the story. Legendary high school career in Utah, threw for 67 touchdowns. As a senior, he went to USC, started 3 games, then transferred to Ole Miss. Started 38 games for Lane Kiffin, threw 72 touchdowns. Finishes the school's all-time leading passer, surpassing Eli Manning. Nell, your reaction?
Well, I'm surprised we went ahead and Shador, not shocked, because they all want more mobility. And Jackson Dart can beat the defense with his leg. His completion percentage every year under Lane Kiffin improved 62%, 65%. Culminated with 69% this past year. Touchdowns like 20 to 23, 29 this past year. 11 rushing touchdowns the last 3 years. 1,500 rushing yards the last 3 years at Ole Miss. Now, the concern for me, and the reason I'm the Shador guy, in the big spot, you come up big. For Jackson Dart, 2 games where Ole Miss faced a dead-ranked opponent, LSU in Georgia. He completed less than 60% of his passes, and in each game combined for 2 touchdowns and 2 picks. Then they were looking for a playoff spot late November. He completed less than 60% of his passes with a couple touchdowns and 2 interceptions, and that late meltdown against Florida. So 3 big spots didn't come up big. Shador consistently did, despite being a rat. I like Jackson Dart. I love Shador. We'll see how it works out. Keep in mind, the quarterbacks that have dropped a little bit. How about the quarterbacks went ahead of them? Brett Favre, Dan McGuire, Todd Marinovich went ahead of Brett Favre. Joe Montana, Jack Thompson, Steve Fuller went ahead of Joe Montana. E.J. Manuel went ahead of Geno Smith, and 3 players were drafted on Bengals before they go former in the second round. So it doesn't always go. The quarterbacks go in the order or the way they work out in the NFL. So for Shador, I still believe, I'm just saying, so I'm proven wrong in this, the New Orleans Saints are the perfect fit. Because Pittsburgh's weather, right? The Giants are weather, and the division's weather. And for Shador, like Drew Brees, Cincinnati.
Bro, they are all over Shador, bro. So hard. So hard. Okay, so the Atlanta Falcons are up again. They got another pick. They got another pick.
He's tough as hell. Another kid, well, fortunate enough to call 3 of his games over the past couple of years. He's got a big arm. He is tough. He can pick up first downs. He can bomb the football. It doesn't always seem to be able to get through progressions as quick as you would like. That's something he's got to work on. That's something he'll have time to work on. And Russell Wilson's going to command. Are you going to draft him into the next head coach?
You picked linebacker Jalen Walker out of Georgia. So what do you think they're going to do here? Let's see.
Well, Greeny, it's pretty clear that head coach Brian Dable likes Jackson Dart. Why? Because he has some of the same traits that Josh Allen had in Buffalo. That mobility, the dual threat ability, the big arm to get the ball down the field, the toughness. Those are the traits that Josh Allen showed.
I don't know, guys.
In Buffalo, that's why Jackson Dart of Ole Miss is here and will be a New York Giant, Greeny.
So now, once again, this is the conversation that is going to be continued. These quarterbacks will be compared to each other for a long time. We know it'll happen. Shador Sanders will be drafted at some point here, whether it's tonight or tomorrow. The Giants have made this decision, and we will take a look at the history of first-round quarterbacks in New York Giants history. They drafted Bill Sims in 1979 out of Morehead State.
Woo! Guys, I'm getting really tired. I know that. Okay, while we're waiting for the Atlanta Falcons to announce their pick, I just want to tell a little small story while I'm here. Okay, you know, I haven't really streamed the last week and a half, probably, maybe possibly 2 weeks, just because I got my new CPAP machine, and I've been getting super inconsistent sleep. So I do apologize for that. We're going to try to pick back up the streams here and get back on schedule. So I do apologize for all that. Let's go.
The 26th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With the 26th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr., defensive end, Tennessee.
James Pierce Jr. goes to the Falcons and moved into the spot that had belonged to the Los Angeles Rams. Aaron Schefter has more for it. Schefter. Well, Brady, this is an interesting trade. The Falcons get back this first-round pick to take James Pierce and a third-round pick. But in return, the Rams get a second-round pick this year and a first-round pick in 2026, along with a second-round pick this year. So this year, where all teams held their initial first-round draft picks coming into the draft, next year, the Cleveland Browns already have the Jaguars' first-round pick from one trade today, and the Rams now have the Falcons' first-round pick next year for this trade.
So we only got one trade in the early portion of the night. Now we've got back-to-back picks that get moved. As far as James Pierce is concerned, first team all SEC each of the last 2 years now, racking up 17 sacks.
So I tell you, look, I got to see this guy. I'm telling you, this dude has the most potential of any pass rusher in this draft. I live outside of the school card, right? He could be the next best pass rusher in this draft without a doubt. At 6'5", 245 pounds, 4'7" in the 50. He reminds me of body type-wise of Devon Curse when he came out of Florida. He can go speed and power as well as anybody you see. It is classic. It's textbook. He's got the speed to chase down any quarterback in the NFL. He's got the power to collapse a pocket inside out. When he wants to slam down inside on run stuff, he blows up everything. Everything. He'll track down lows, one side of the field to the other. The question with James is this: consistency. Can you get it out of him all the time? Can you count on him? Can you depend on him? Is he always going to be there? Is he always going to answer the bell? Because if he does, Atlanta finally has the rusher that they've been looking for.
Ooh, I like those black uniforms from Tennessee. See, I see that. I saw that. Uniforms out of Tennessee. My God.
Last season, but they've gone a long way to address that tonight, taking Jalen Walker from Georgia earlier.
All right, guys. So that was pick 26 from Atlanta. Up next, we have Baltimore with pick number 27. According to ESPN here, they need defensive tackle, cornerback, offensive guard, edge, and wide receiver. So it is commercial, guys, so I do apologize. We'll be here with you in a moment. Best available is still Will Johnson on the board. As far as overall, there is still Shamar Sanders on the board. And apparently the best fit is this guy, Mike Green, edge rusher. So we will see what the Ravens do. I hope they choke and don't pick anybody. Literally. What if they don't pick anybody? What happens then? I think they're going to go defense, guys. I really, really think they're going to go defense. Probably pass rusher to get to Mahomes, if I had to guess. So I'm thinking pass rusher. For sure. Some kind of interior or exterior pass rusher would be my guess. So we'll see. We're on a little commercial break here, guys, though, so I do appreciate everybody being here. Oh my, it is 10 o'clock. Jay. It is 10 o'clock, guys. Way past my bedtime. Way past my bedtime. I'm old, guys. What am I going to do with myself? And that's another reason that I wanted to bring up the CPAP, because I'm tired of shit. I thought this shit was supposed to help. And I know it's only been like 2.5 weeks since I've had the machine, right? But come on, man. I'm ready for it to be okay. Last night seemed like the very first night that I got decent sleep with it. You know, and it's not just getting used to like having something over your face, right? And something over your head, right? It's also like the air being forced into your brain that really just, you know, makes me not sleep very well. So I'm starting to get a headache, guys. Is it the Chiefs' turn yet? Oh my God. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it, guys. Saturday, I'm supposed to be going to like a bachelor party type deal. It's from 12 to 9 o'clock, guys. How the am I going to survive? I don't know. I'm going to be taking like 12 naps. Do the Baltimore Ravens really have somebody on defense named Okoye? CJ Okoye? That's crazy, bro.
That was Conference Relative Ravens on the clock here. In fact, their pick is in for the commission mentioned. Not only safety, and they got both safeties sitting there for Malachi Starks from Georgia, Nick Eamon Ward from South Carolina. And Starks didn't have a great year, but he was a heck of a football player throughout his career. I really like the football.
Pick is in.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Malachi Starks, defensive back, Georgia.
There it is. Terrific safety. Grew up in Jefferson, Georgia, about a half hour from Athens. Was a 5-star. Became the Bulldogs starting free safety. Led the team in defensive snaps as a freshman on a national championship team. Finished with 6 interceptions. Moved him around a lot, bringing in 6'1", 197 pounds. And that's 4.50 now. So Nick Eamon-Warren's 4.38. Kind of fails in comparison. So Eamon-Warren had a 43 vertical. Malachi Starks had a 33 vertical. But football IQ, folks, and being able to tackle at all areas of the field, open field tackle, he's outstanding. He's out.
Dang, that was nice.
The interception in the range he showed against Clemson was phenomenal. In that game, he had 5 career receptions. He is just everybody. He's a good football player. He'll play that center field role for the Ravens.
Here's the thing I'll tell you, Chris. He trained in Tampa with my buddy Yo Murphy. I got an opportunity to see him.
They're going to need it against Mahomes.
Talk about football. Showing up to work. There was video of him working out this morning before he gets drafted this afternoon. That's what you're getting in this safety in Baltimore. There's a sign in the facility that says, "Play like a Raven." He will embody that coming from Georgia, being coached with a Kirby Smart. What about the catch enough? His football instincts, his ability to be in center field while you have down around the lines, play the ball.
Okay. So as a Raven hater recently, good fit. I think that's a great fit for them. Good pick. They're going to need it, you know, for the playoffs to face Mahomes and some of these good quarterbacks that are in the AFC. Josh Allen, you know, Patrick Mahomes. I mean, there's another one, Herbert. He hasn't been in the playoffs, but guess what? He's going to, right? So, all right. So that was a good pick overall by the Ravens. So on the clock is the Detroit Lions. That was a really good pick, though, by the Ravens. Very good fit, I think. What do the Lions need? They look like they need some defensive help so bad. What are they calling for? Defensive tackle, edge, offensive guard, wide receiver, center. I'm going defense, guys. They gotta, looks like they gotta fucking do something on defense there. Yeah. Guys, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you follow. Make sure you comment. Let me know how the sound is down below. I do appreciate it very much, guys.
See the intensity in him as he made his way from the green room out onto the stage and actually lifted the commissioner off his feet, and he's down there on the stage now. Verizon Business brings us down to Molly, who's with Malachi.
Feel the energy vibrating off of you. That was quite the hug with Commissioner Goodell. How do you describe what's going through you right now?
I'm ready to go. I've been waiting too long. I'm ready to go. I'm ready.
This Ravens defense was a force down the stretch last season. What will you bring to that secondary?
I got energy. I move around. I play at a high level coming from a university like Georgia. I'm just ready to go play ball.
What do you think about playing with a guy like Kyle Hamilton?
It's my dream.
Congratulations, Malachi.
Thank you.
Everything you just said was illustrated by his behavior in every conceivable way. That was one fired young man. As the crowd is now starting to boo the Lions, it's been a while since we've seen the other divisional teams in here. They booed the Bears quite loudly, they booed the Vikings loudly, and now they will boo the Lions loudly as well. The Lions obviously a terrific season last year, a terrific team, the best in the NFC, just decimated by injury on the defensive side. So they almost didn't have a chance by the time they got to the postseason.
Well, when you talk about the defensive side of football, particularly this most season, they struggle to find pass rush, particularly from the edge. There's some guys that are still on left on the board. The guy from BC, Donovan Ezraku, Mike Green is on the board. They need to solidify the depth from a pass rush standpoint. This is a playoff team that wants to compete for a Super Bowl. You have to fill in the holes, the gap that you have.
Yeah, it looks like they got a lot of need.
They have to accumulate the depth,
see all this
especially
shit.
the position.
Yeah, they got to get somebody who can come up yet. They need to start establishing depth by getting some more players. I mean, they need some help. Yeah, he needs a guy. He needs some juice off the edge. I mean, Donovan Ezraku is still there. Mike Green from Marshall is still there. You would expect it to be a defensive pick simply because of the fact that they had so many injuries. And it really just derailed everything they were trying to get done last year. We'll see what happens.
There were two teams that didn't have multiple players with 5 sacks last season. Aiden Hutchinson led the team in sacks in 5 games last year. So now what direction do we look at as the commissioner makes his way to the stage?
I'm going to echo with what Lou was saying. I think Carson Schlechter, there's another name. We're going to be here at some point in time. You're not going to have the MCAT cable, the Carson Schlechter from UCLA. All this kid does to make impactful plays, they tackle this team.
Here's the commish with the selection.
With the 28th minute in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
So now the dominant run defender at 374 pounds, who also compressed the pocket for the national chance at 11.5 sacks in his college career.
The first thing you notice, Brady, he's built like a nose tackle at 6'2", 334 pounds, but he has that system like a free technique. I got an opportunity to train him and take him on the field in Tampa. He's got elite movement for a guy that's 330 pounds. The ability to change direction. You talk about him playing the run. He plays the run fiercely at Ohio State. His ability to flip his hips and get upfield. He's got the versatility to play the three technique position. He can play the 1 or the 3. I think if he slims down a little bit, he could be the quintessential three technique.
No doubt. I'm sitting here looking at my notes. He primarily aligned as the 3 tech, and I said the second thing I put was excellent flex, body control, and balance and center of gravity, fluidness of movement for someone with that body that's so thick and so sturdy, able to hold double teams, doesn't get turned, doesn't get overturned. Hey, they're probably figuring this. We don't like somebody on the outside on the edge. What's the quickest way to get to the quarterback? We're just going to collapse that pocket inside out.
There are 4 picks remaining in tonight's first round. As of now, they belong to Washington, then Buffalo, then Kansas City, then Philadelphia. Shedeur Sanders hear his name called tonight? According to our draft day predictor, there was only a 3% chance he'd be available by the time we got here. He is Mel's 5th.
All right, so we got on the clock, pick 29, Washington Commanders. Apparently, according to ESPN, they need an edge rusher, a safety, a corner, a wide receiver, and a running back. So, let's see who they will pick. Jay, stop. They got a pretty decent offense. I would say offensive line, and then defensive help. And according to the Commanders and ESPN, they need corner, safety, edge, wide receiver, running. So I would say maybe a wide receiver to kind of help up Jaden Daniels a little bit. Defense, so I'll go defense first round, maybe wide receiver second or third round, just to kind of, make sure you get, best available, basically. You know what I mean? Sorry, guys, I'm really tired at the moment. Hit me really hard. Really hard.
Say know your name. Just getting mixed up with the other guy. What's his name? What's your name? Switching cities.
Get more with Geico.
Could you just tell me I want this to be over?
When you put value of the conversation, like buying something of 6 times as false.
All right. 2 more picks, and it is the Chiefs' turn. I literally can't wait because I am so tired. I'm ready to go to bed. And I'm sure my neighbors are tired of hearing fucking loud shit. Probably my mother, too. So what do you think they're going to do? I think they're going to have to do defense. I say, I don't know, man. To me, personally, defense first, and then maybe try to find a receiver in the second or third round. I know that's really hard to do, but...
NFL draft is presented by NFL. Watching number 29 after a magnificent season already in the championship game, and now making all of these additions that we've seen here during the offseason, most notably Tebow Samuel at Larry Tunsil. So what's the record today? Well, they've got an edge rusher, a big corner, and they want a speedy running back. Helping out Jaden Daniels, they did that with Laramie Tunsil coming in. So I think when we look at this, it's all about Jaden, but I'd say a big corner, Will Johnson stand for the mid lane and athleticism, and Mike Green pass structure out of Marshall. And they got, we know from a talent standpoint and the production that he had Marshall this year to get off the edge and get the quarterback.
Here's the thing I would say, when you think about the theme of the night, you have a young quarterback, you have a young quarterback. It's about between fever or protection. I think they have a young quarterback somewhere.
So we're going to find out in a moment. Here comes the commissioner again, number 29, Washington. The 50th, and here comes Elijah Goodell with the selection.
With the 29th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Josh Connolly Jr., tackle, Oregon.
Interesting pick, certainly take the tackle after signing or trading for the tackles. I probably have been on the radar a long time. And we look at the board, and that's why I'm in the country in high school. Played about 13 games as a freshman at Oregon, started all 14 as a sophomore, and now they first team All-American last year. The Ducks went undefeated through the regular season. Steadily improving player, Greeny, a kid who was outstanding in the draft course of the year. We talked about what he was able to do in that game in the Florida. He wasn't up against Florida at all. He did able, but he had the one-on-one to show what he could do. The Mike Britton with one play at the Senior Bowl, he throw that out. And he has the athletic ability to be a guard.
It is what it is. It's a guard. It's an offensive tackle. I really hope, you know, I really hope that the Chiefs get a good offensive lineman. I really do. I mean, it looks like a lot of them have already went off the board as far as quality. So, I mean, we'll see. Though there's a lot of guards and tackles out there and stuff that could you know possibly become a great player. So. All right, so Bills are on the clock. We are up next. Officially, the draft is almost over, guys. So as far as the Bills, it says they need a corner, wide receiver, defensive tackle, edge rush, and safety. Personally, I think they need to go corner here. Pick Will Johnson. He seems like he's the best available as well as best fit. They need help bad. To stop the Chiefs in the playoffs. That's it, guys. I mean, they really need some help. So that's what I think they're going to do. Buffalo Bills. Let's take a look. All right. So they need some line help too, for sure. They got 2 guys suspended here. One on the tackle and one on the left end. As far as cornerbacks, they're pretty thin as well, guys. I think they need to go corner or some type of edge rush here. So let's see what they pick. Bills are on the clock. 4 minutes left. Round 1, pick 30. The Chiefs are up next.
6 seasons span without making a Super Bowl appearance of any team in the league. So I think damning with St. Break. They've been very, very good. They need something to put them over the top. What is it, Mel? They got any cover guys on the back end. You got Will Johnson.
They need cover guys on the back end. I'm pretty sure they're going to pick Will Johnson.
See Will Johnson there at this point. That's, I think, surprised a lot of people. Maxwell Harrison ran great, had a really good junior game, 2024 campaigns, so he got hurt this year with the shoulder, had 5 picks 2 years ago. It's not a little you love Trey Amos.
Absolutely. Trey Amos and Zarian Thomas from Florida State, both of these guys. I mean, they have those long, tough, man-to-man
guys. I'm excited. The Chiefs are up next.
You gotta have to show them what they're like to deal with.
Zarian Thomas would have been in the first round. Might have been for the 40th guy.
That's right. I think he's a Jalen Ramsey looking type of guy. Long, tough, can play inside the stars and nickel position. Trey Amos, I'll tell you this. So he's not all this, and he reminds us in many ways of what happened when he came out last night. He has that same kind of mentality, that same kind of toughness in the chest when balls being all. But it's a good player on the board.
Yeah, you talk about fit though. All the guys, I get it from a fit standpoint. If the macro checks out, Will Johnson fits better than Sean McDermott team when they want to have vision on the ball.
You're talking about, they're talking about Schumacher, type of team, from
that from a total standpoint, ball skills, the key is diagnose, get the ball, and get the big 6 like he did in Michigan. I think he fits better maybe than a Trey Camo.
Well, I would say Trey's in one because down at Ole Miss, I mean, they played a cover for us like to see if it was mixed scheme. Yeah, basically, they played down. And so, yeah, I mean, they both make sense. They both make sense.
The pick is in, guys. We're just waiting on the greatest NFL
multiple times in the last few years. Last year was supposed to be their
commissioner to come out here. Come on, man. It's 10:30 at night. That's old people gotta go.
The AFC Championship game against Mahomes in Kansas City and just couldn't quite get it done.
Here it is.
Let's see which direction they go. Everyone here is expecting
Defense, drop down, and that Bills offense. Take a step towards San Francisco or Santa Clara next year.
Different way to close the gap. You talk about the gap between Mahomes and Josh Allen in the industry. So how do you close? You got to be able to close the defensive side of the ball where they can swing the football over and give Josh Allen one more possession, give him one more practice at the football.
And we can see the commissioner making his way to the podium with a very special visitor to announce the pick.
The NFL is stepping up to have an even greater impact as a wish maker for Make-A-Wish. For the second time tonight, we have the opportunity to grant a wish for a deserving young man to announce the first pick for his favorite team. Tommy. Tommy is a 16-year-old living with a neuromuscular disorder. Is a huge Buffalo Bills fan, and he's here with me to make the announcement for his beloved Bills.
Let's go Buffalo! With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Mitchell Harrison. Let's go!
Let's go to the cornerback out of Kentucky who ran the fastest 40 at the combine. So it starts there. He's here. He's a huge personality. 2-year starter, 6 interceptions. 3 of them came back for touchdown. When he was healthy. And 2023, he was.
So the fastest, they just said the fastest combine, okay, for a corner. They need that, okay, because we got one of the fastest wide receivers that have ever ran the combine, okay? So they're going to match him with our wide receiver. This is a great pick by Buffalo. I think it's all just because of the Chiefs, why these teams are doing this kind of stuff, and why they need to, put so much emphasis on defense because of Mahomes, man. It's just that simple. And I know there's so many Mahomes haters. Okay? This is a great fit for the Buffalo Bills. They need something to help them cover our receivers. And it's just simple as that. So, all right, guys. The Chiefs are up. They are the pick. Oh, no. The Chiefs just traded their number 1 pick to the Eagles. They just literally just swapped spots for an extra pick. That is crazy. That is crazy. Who are the Eagles going to get?
That's the concern moving forward. But you watch here. Look,
They need offensive line help, huh?
Defense last year did a really good job of working with the New York Giants. Anticipate third on the ball.
I don't know who the Eagles are going to pick, to be honest. Are they going to go after a defensive back or? I'll call her back. 1 second. We're literally 2 picks away from being over. 2 picks away, guys. I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you very much, guys. I do appreciate it.
How fast he is. Yeah, that's how he needs to play it right there. He needs to play off, hips open, play everything top down, play with good vision. You saw that number 7 when he ran down from Texas. That's Isaiah Bond. And he ran him down.
This just in from Adam Schefter. Eagles trade the number 32 and number 164 overall pick.
And that's again, that's what you're looking for here late in the first round.
See him making his way over to Molly McGrath for Verizon Business brings us down to the stage where Molly has Max Hairston. Molly.
Max, you told me that you were going to practice that handshake with Roger Goodell in the mirror. How do you think you did?
I think I did good. You almost lifted me up on it. I think I did good.
Absolutely love your energy. You are known as the high character leader at Kentucky. What is Buffalo getting in you?
Man, Buffalo, they getting the ultimate competitor, the ultimate teammate, and they getting somebody that's gonna give Josh Allen the ball back. Let's get the word!
All right, congratulations. Before we go, let's see the inside of that jacket.
Yeah.
And so Max Hairston is headed to Buffalo. I'll tell you what, the NFL draft makes for a strange bedfellows. Kansas City and Philadelphia met in the Super Bowl just a few months ago. Now they've swapped picks here. The Eagles have moved up to 31, trading up with Kansas City. We'll get the details on the trade in just a moment. The Super Bowl champs are on the clock, and we're getting ready to finish up round one from Green Bay. We'll back in a moment.
All right, guys. So the last two picks are on its way. That's going to be perfect timing, right at 2 hours on the tickety tock. So I think we've been live streaming for a total of 4 hours today. So it's crazy. It's crazy. It's more I've done in a long time, guys. I'm tired. I got a headache. Right? And I'm old. No, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry.
So you
We got two more picks here on the commercial break. So yeah, I'm literally gonna fall asleep. They need to speed this shit up for old people, man. Old people, man. I mean, it's got to be over by at least 10:30. Come on. Roger. Roger.
USA, check if you're eligible today.
Mr. Roger Goodell, I need you to speed up the NFL draft by like 15 minutes. Come on. Can't believe the Chiefs did this to me. But we get an extra, what is that, a third round?
Might have heard of going to a little upgrade.
So that's 3 third rounds this year.
Eight free.
Okay. See you, Veach. See what you're doing. I see what you're doing, Veach.
Brilliant recovery with Lowe's app. He always delivers. And so does the Lowe's app. In store online. Lowe's team. Chicago.
The original and the new Ultimate Free Citrus Roll fragrance. You so. Macy's, the fragrance destination.
We're on commercial break, guys. I do apologize for the any inconvenience. We are waiting on the Philadelphia Eagles to turn in their pick. They traded their number 32 and number 164 to the Chiefs for their 31st pick. That's wild. Is 164 third or fourth? So we're just waiting on them. Bad time.
Philadelphia giving up a 5th rounder this year to move up 1 spot.
Okay, 5th rounder.
They should do very quickly. You know, again, we've had the 2 quarterbacks selected tonight. It seemed almost impossible to imagine that we'll see another. So that will be tomorrow's storyline. As for the Eagles pick, here comes the commissioner.
The Kansas City Chiefs have traded the 31st pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jahad Campbell.
Well, young man has been on the radar for a long time. He committed to at the age of 16 and playing high school ball in New Jersey. Ultimately put his choice to where he led the Tide in tackles last year, including a record pass, a loss, and 5 sacks. 21 on the big board, where he would have been gone a lot higher. And after the shoulder injury, he played great all year for Alabama. 17 tackles, team high 11.5 tackles for loss. 5 of those were sacks. Think about this football team, the way Hall of Fame GM Howie Roseman had some stuff in it. Half the starter, half the 22 from the FCC. So it's proven it. So guys played for a big power. Yes, Jahad Campbell did have the big guy. He would have gone much higher had not been for the shoulder injury.
Yeah, no doubt. When you think about what Philadelphia is doing, think that they re-signed Zach Bond. The guy they got off the street last year, went all pro season, and deserved a new contract, and now you bring in Jahad Campbell. Is an athlete. It's another weapon they can add to their defense, which lost some guys up front. They lost Bilton Williams. They lost those guys. So now, you add an athlete on the back end, a guy that can roam and make plays in space. It's something to go along with that ball to give them a dynamic duo on the back end.
He's a great athlete now. He can fly sideline to sideline. He can play 3-4 outside backer if you need him to, just like he's doing right here. Although this is just a 4-man front, he's just rushing in their sub package. But he's got nice high side spin and bend and close on the quarterback. So you can see why on some of the tape when he was playing off ball, right? And he's coming downhill and he's taking on linemen. You can see the shoulder issue because he didn't have that same top.
All right, the Chiefs are on the clock. This is the pick that we have been waiting for all night, guys. The pick is in. We need edge, defensive tackle, cornerback, running back, offensive tackle. I think we are going offensive tackle, number 1, 31st pick. So let's see what we do. Okay. The pick is in. The pick is in. Can we please, just please, God sakes. Almost 4.5 hours. Guys. We've been going at it hard.
You mentioned Howie Roseman. That was the Eagles' NFL high 11th trade involving the first round pick since he took over in December of 2015. And he is standing right now. And I say, hey, Jahad Campbell is standing right. If you think the rest of business takes us down to the stage. Molly.
Jahad, the defending Super Bowl champs just traded up for you. How will you repay their belief in you?
I'm gonna give them 110%. Everything I got of me. You know, the rich just got rich.
You told me that this week felt like an out-of-body experience. What is it like standing up here as the newest member of the Philadelphia Eagles?
Best team in the nation. I mean, what can I say? There we go.
You already know. Molly, he already knows. It's a great moment. Again, a young man who suffered those injuries, so he might have to wait until tomorrow night. And here's his name called again in a trade with Kansas City. Shefty, what can you tell us? Well, the Eagles tried trading up earlier in the draft to go get Jahad Campbell, and the trade fell through, but they were able to persevere and trade up one spot. A lot of people might ask, why would you trade up one spot? Well, I think it's to block another team from potentially coming up, especially when it only costs you a 5th round draft pick and you've got 20 picks in the next 2 rounds to use as ammunition.
I don't think the Chiefs were going to pick this guy.
Could have gone from 12 to 15. He did have surgery on one of his shoulders. He's going to need surgery on another
But,
shoulder.
hey, we get an extra pick out of it. So I'm not complaining too much.
But the talent is undeniable, Brady. No question about it. That's feels a little bit like a Castillo, and that feels a little bit like why, as you mentioned, Howie Roseman is a legend of the profession, and so you see.
All right, guys, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Is it going to be worth the wait?
First round, they're accustomed to doing that. They've won a bunch of Super Bowls in recent seasons. Mel, what does this team need? I look at a kid who got about injuries, right? Jahad Campbell. How about Josh Simmons at Ohio State? Left tackle was playing great football until he had the knee injury October 12th against Oregon. Could have been a top 5 to 10 pick. Left tackle, defensive player. Another team like
wait on Johnson. He's ready for the start. Great. If we have to wait a couple more weeks or a month and a half.
If you look at, again, I'll finish it up with that.
Here's the thing I said about the Chiefs. The only time Patrick Mahomes has lost a Super Bowl is when he went to protect. You got to make sure the kid's protected. This has to be some form of protection for him.
No,
Has to be.
It's feedback off of Josh Simmons. When he was healthy, the end of last year, in the first quarter of this season, he's the best tackle in the draft. There's nothing he can't do. He's just coming off the tail tendon. Here's the commissioner.
Here's the commissioner. Let's go. The moment we have all been waiting for.
With the 32nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Josh Simmons, tackle, Ohio State.
Deshaun County Malleys from San Diego began his career at San Diego State, started every game at right tackle in 2022, transferred to the Buckeyes, played left tackle, started every game in 23, and then this year the injury.
It's a shame because, as we talked about, he would have been a top 10 pick, and he cleaned up the penalty. Yeah, he was a penalty-prone offensive tackle, both at right tackle and left tackle. San Diego State.
We don't need that.
and Ohio State, right? First year there with the Buckeyes. This year, he was off to the races. He missed 9 games. We're going to get some really good hits. So it solidified him. Maybe he's a top 5. But he missed those games when he got hurt. Now attending the injury against Oregon. The guys, when he was playing out there until mid-October, he was outstanding.
I mean, last year, week 13 against Michigan. I mean, flex, bend, punch, redirect, anchor, full reaching, cutoff. He can do just about anything you want him to do. There was you were nitpicking to find something negative to say about his play. If he is healthy, and they have one of the best fenders in the NFL, Rick Burkholder, down there in Kansas City, he will be a bookend tackle. This I take, there's no question. You should have to be healthy.
Here's the thing I've had that in. It takes about a year before you feel like that you're back right. I told Mark Patel, right? And so I know he's squatting, he's ahead of schedule. It's going to be about a year before he feels like normal again. And if they're willing to wait.
All right, guys. That's all. I appreciate it. I am totally out of it, so I do apologize, everybody. But this is who the Chiefs picked. The 32nd overall pick is an offensive tackle, which I thought we were going to do. He's very penalty prone. He was injured all year last year, so that's kind of a red flag. Both of those, but I have faith in Veach and Andy Reid, and I think they can turn this guy around. So, anyways, guys, I do appreciate everybody for being here. Thank you very much. Yeah, just thank you guys. I just appreciate it very much, and without you guys, I wouldn't be here for sure. So, anyways, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that portion of the NFL draft. You know what I mean? Guys, you know what I mean? Okay. All right. I'm loopy. Good night.